NA, member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and he wants to delight the audience today, Doug, with hundreds of drops.
Oh, you've got a lot of drops ready to go, have you?
I
see you
can.
looking over them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think your Monday drop
ratio didn't matter, but your accuracy was dead on.
Yeah, he had a nice show, Martin.
You
You're
were
right.
just killing it with
It was fun. It was fun to watch a guy in his zone. Reggie Miller at the Garden.
Yeah. Now I look at Spike Lee, which I guess in this case would be Doug, and they make the choking sign.
Ooh, cats and dogs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to that.
I feel like you're speaking
we
to
sure
us
will.
through your drops. That's what I like.
Quality over quantity is what I like to think now.
Every once in a while when you were gone that week, Tim, people would complain about the drops, and so we would just do a little drop binge.
Well, so if I'm not here, Jackson doesn't play drops. Was that a cause and effect theory?
No, probably was talking more,
That's the
hosting
thing
more.
is like is if it's a 3-man weave, then and only 2 talk. Like if I'm over here trying to play drops, I'm likely out of the conversation by and large. So a little bit tougher with one less person, but I think I was still able to play some drops,
But occasionally, people that just needed a fix, we would just go bananas and play like 20 in a row. Out of context.
It seems like maybe you're going to be a hard person to please in your life if you really have to have a drop on a radio show. Is there anything else going on in your life?
Timmy is the most intelligent person.
See?
And now there's a whole bunch of St. Louisans going, whew, I can breathe easier now.
Hello, Vivian.
Doug, that's Vivian Azure, friend of the program.
Okay.
Hey, look, those Cardinals won, and they're 3.5 back of a wild card thing that they do to extend people's interest in their teams that are mediocre.
Well, hello, Andre Palante. That was quite a little performance against a sick lineup, but 7 innings, 1 hit, that's nothing to sneeze about. Hello, wild card. Daddy likey.
Now that, Martin, see, that's a quality over quantity drop.
Okay.
Nice. Real nice, Bill.
Real nice like.
Ollie, would you say it's nice to only be a game and a half behind the Reds? There you go. Game and a half behind the Reds, Doug.
And you know who's in first place in the Central? It's the Brewers by a game. Here come the Brewers. Heads up against the Cubs this week.
Best
Showdown
record in
for
the
Central.
National League.
How do you do? My goodness. I am 100% crowdsourcing. I don't know if anybody will be able to come up with this information, but I wonder what kind of number you would have gotten on the Brewers to have the best record in the National League.
Not
at the
just
end
in
of
that,
the
in
season.
the major leagues now.
It's ahead of the Tigers.
Yeah. And the Blue Jays.
That's at Pat Murphy, Martin. Somehow they just make it happen. They're kind of going into the Cardinal realm where they've got the devil magic now. Remember you used to hear the term Cardinal devil magic? That's what the Brewers have. The San Antonio Spurs, that'll activate Jackson. Teams that, Patriots, I don't know, I realize they don't have the championships that the Spurs.
Their Octobers are not real robust, but they do find a way. And I think if you're a fan, yes, you're frustrated by the Octobers. We talk about that a lot here, but to know your team is in the mix every year and is going to be, right there with the Cubs who spent all the money, stole your manager. I know it means more to them now because Council's there. But I was looking at the Miz, the big kid, Mizorowski. He was picked like 63rd or 65th because everybody thought he was signing, I think, with LSU. But there's an example. They picked him, found a way to sign him, and that's what's happening. If teams make moves like that, it's going to – he's given them a jolt. And anybody could have taken him.
Yeah, it's just – you just never really know. The draft in baseball, I think, is more of a crapshoot even than the other sports.
No doubt.
Because there's so many players who became big-time stars that everybody overlooked countless times. We always point to Albert Pujols being a 13th rounder, and Mike Piazza was, the 50th round pick, and Keith Hernandez didn't go until very late. It's just some guys really develop between those years of 20 and 22, 23. Some guys are completely different players than they were earlier.
No, there's no doubt it's a crapshoot, but at some point, you got to nail a few.
Yeah.
And if you do a Cardinal deep dive, points for Molina, big time. Points for Pujols, finding those guys. But there have been so many names over. You could just rattle them off. Cardinal fans have been around forever. I remember Jim Lindemann was going to be a big hitter. Paul Coleman was going to be a star.
I have a lot of his rookie cards.
on eBay.
They are available if you're interested.
There's just a long list.
I remember they were really high on Paul Coleman. He was like the 7th
He was picked ahead of Frank Thomas.
Yeah, but he played at a tiny little high school in Texas, and they kept saying, well, he hit like 550 in high school. Oh, well, what's he facing, 60-mile-an-hour pitching? to draft a high school hitter is really a tough thing because you just don't know what kind of competition they're facing.
I do prefer the college route unless you get somebody that's a superstar because you've seen them do it at a higher level. They're also more major league ready, I would think. I mean, doesn't it stand to reason that a 21-year-old pitcher is going to help you sooner than an 18-year-old pitcher?
Yeah, and you would assume that the top programs in college baseball are pretty similar, possibly even better than some of the low minor leagues. So if you got a guy who spent 2 or 3 years playing in the SEC or somewhere like that, I would think that's a safer bet to pick someone who's 21 or 22 and played 3 or 4 years of big-time college baseball.
Yeah, Paul Skeens leaves LSU, then has to face the Rockies. He's like, this will be fine. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
You're welcome to get involved on the program with texting in, as many are already doing. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. If your text isn't read, don't take it personally, Doug. There are a number of them that come in.
Yeah.
And the way to increase your chances of being read on the program is to have your name saved. And starting on Friday, Jackson, that'll be August 1st, Jackson implements the policy that he will give you a text name if you politely ask for it. Give me an example of a way to get your name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson.
Hey, Jackson, can I please have insert name here, ? That'll do.
That's it. That's all it takes.
All it says, it's a greeting, it's not coming in dry, and then there's a please with it, the magic word.
Are they more likely to be read if it's a gal?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
do you put a little asterisk
but yes, what's up?
next to their name? What's up? A little asterisk next to their name?
If they're a girl,
if you know for sure, if you verified it's a female, so then Tim can see it quickly.
Very few asterisks. If I had to know for sure.
In parentheses, we'll see possible burner sometimes, Martin.
That happened. Yeah, there was one guy.
You don't think Cheese Master Funk is a female? You don't think Plumber? You don't think Evil Calvin are females?
You never know.
Okay, Doug's Prison Wallet, not a female. Kevin
Probably
at the
not.
Lake, not a female. Bob Wagon, not a female. Eric in the Central West End, not a female.
Well, 99% are not females.
So you don't want me to read all of them?
Probably not necessary. There's only a couple verified females. Only a couple.
You can also partake in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And 100 friends have already gathered to watch the program and talk it over. It's youtube.com/TMASTL. 6,000 subscribers to the TMASTL YouTube channel. And of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, this is the last day of the brutal heat. Tomorrow it will start to change, and Thursday we'll be able to settle in, and it's like we're living in San Diego. High of 80 on Thursday.
Nice.
How do you do?
That's about the sweet spot for me. If it was 80 degrees every day, I'd be really tickled. I'd be tickled to death.
Well, you're going to get it starting on Thursday, and we've got a glorious weekend forecast. If you do run into any issues, though, with your air conditioning, it's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client, and we recommend you work with Seth Goldcamp and his team at designairservice.com. That's all you need to do. You run into an issue with your heating and cooling, you go to designairservice.com. The longest-running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. We work with them, and we recommend that you do as well. No upselling. We had the email from the listener yesterday saying they came out to his house, and another company had told him he might have to get a whole new system. Design Air's guy came out and goes, no, you don't. It's fine. Here, fixed it. There, that'll wrap it up for you. Nice. Saved them all kinds of money. No upselling. That's how they earn your business in the long term. That's why they've been around for 4 generations. Seth Goldcamp and his team. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can participate in this program, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, in addition to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, high of 77 now, down to 77 on Thursday.
Well, now it's starting to get chilly.
Now you're uncomfortable with that.
Well, I'd like
81 on Friday,
That's
81
better.
on Saturday, 82 on Sunday.
Nice.
Pony.
So you're complaining about 77. Is that
A little chilly.
Okay.
A little chilly. Like a little warmer.
What do you think the studio is? About 62?
It's or less.
And every day Doug walks in a golf shirt or a short sleeve shirt. I'm like, you got to come prepared,
I
fellas.
dress in layers.
I get used to it after a while.
I am honored to be a verified female. That's from caller Ellen.
Oh, yeah, she is verified.
We can verify her. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Yes.
Well,
No, definitely not a woman. We know the Baldwin Beer Bitch and Sharon and Clayton. And, boy, is that about it?
Aaron in St. Chuck, she has the pierced nipples.
Well, have we ever met her?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
that's 4. Well, that'd be our Mount Rushmore.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
Okay, 5.
because you're now.
Tim is back. It's going to be 80 degrees, and we've got wild card hunting Cardinals. Daddy Likey. That's from the Caddyshack hack.
Okay.
My appearance on the show means it will be 80 degrees.
Really? Means
If I'm
everything's
not
going
on
to
the
be
show,
perfect.
it's going to be 100 degrees or 20 degrees.
All right.
Take
You
it.
know who the best of radio is?
No.
Tim.
Okay. Would you prefer 100 degrees or 0 degrees?
100.
Yeah, every day of the week I'd take 100.
I think Mike Lee is the reason I ended up back here because for probably 10 years, Mike Lee would call me at the 2 Fox, and every time, hey, tell Tim. Hey, tell Tim. I'm like, well, I haven't seen him in a while. Hey, tell Tim. Like, can you just call them tomorrow and tell them yourself?
Doug, we've got a column here from Katie Wu on the Cardinals and the trade deadline fast approaching. Katie Wu writing, if he had a choice, Phil Maton would remain with the Cardinals, but he also knows his role as a high-leverage reliever often comes with the most turnover. It's an unfortunate reality of the business. Quote, it's hard enough to be a big leaguer. It's even harder to stay in the big leagues, especially as a reliever. It's hard to get contracts and constantly coming back and having teams want to pay you money over bringing up young talent. And he acknowledges that he is most likely going to be leaving the Cardinals here in the next 48 to 72 hours.
Okay. Well, he's had a pretty good year. You can see how a lot of contenders would want to add him to the bullpen. 7th or 8th inning guy. That was a good pickup.
And the day they signed him, Joe Buck was on.
That's
Not
right.
only telling us how to pronounce his name, but also, hey, this guy's pretty good. They've been very good at finding just random relievers that they can plug in, like Kitteridge, Ryan Fernandez for a minute. Even going back, I think Gallegos was like a throw-in on the Yankee deal. He was pretty good.
JoJo Romero's good.
Yeah. Could be a trade piece, Doug.
But what are you going to get? What do you get for a 1-inning guy? Another 1-inning guy?
That's younger.
Yeah.
Helsley, Maton, Matt, Romero all mentioned in her column this morning on The Athletic, just posted all but Romero will be free agents at the end of the year. He has 1 year remaining of team control.
Well, maybe that's the guy you hang on to then.
You think they're showcasing Ivan Herrera now as an outfielder to see if there's more interest?
No, I think they're trying to find a position for
Did
him.
you hear Mason Wynn in the postgame said, he goes, I didn't know he was out there till I was on the field and turned around. And Herrera was playing left field. I appreciate the fact that Mason Wynn turns around and notices, hey, that's Ivan in left field.
I have to tell you, I could not have been more delighted with what the Cardinals did with the lineup last night. Sat Arenado and put Herrera in left field. Turn the page. I like the turning of the page. I want bold strategy going forward, looking for getting this thing right, which I realize is likely not happening in 2025. So therefore, if you want to start to see what Herrera can do in left field, fine. Might cost you in the short term, has potential upside for the long term. God bless America.
Even Pozo catching. I think they keep telling us that Pajes is this great catcher, and then you just see a lot of misplays at the plate. Maybe it's more to do with him calling a good game, but Pozo does nothing but hit. Throw him out there every once in a while.
He takes a big cut. He does hit the ball.
I love watching him play.
Yeah, I do too.
But Arenado had been in a major slump. Made sense. The Herrera thing caught most people off guard, but I agree. If you're going to have kind of a logjam at DH, where Burleson will sometimes DH, Herrera will sometimes DH, Contreras probably next year will be a DH at times, you got to have more spots for Herrera. They clearly don't want him catching. So the goal is to have former catchers at as many positions as you can.
I was a little bit... it always surprises me when someone like Herrera will play left field and catch a fly ball, and everybody acts like, oh, my God, he caught it. Don't you know this guy's been playing baseball every day since he was 4 years old? He better be able to catch a fly ball. I know he's a catcher, but criminy, you could find 200 people in the stands who could have caught that fly ball to left field. I mean, it's great that he did. I'm just surprised that everyone seems surprised that he was able to catch it. Of course he caught it.
Rich Gould used to get just irate when people would praise Schumacher for making the move, outfield to second. And it was notable, the move at the time, but they would talk about it. And Rich, for God's sakes, he's a baseball player.
Right.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
I agree with that. These guys can catch a ball. They can catch a routine fly ball. Whether you're a catcher or pitcher or anything else, they should all be able to do that. They shag balls in batting practice sometimes. They're always playing baseball.
Molina was always at second base during pregame, just taking ground balls.
Working, you never know. Here is Ivan Herrera talking about playing left field for the first time in the major leagues.
And that ball was hit a long way, almost to the track. What was your relief level like?
I mean, I saw the ball, and 1 second after, my heart rate just went to the sky. After I caught it, I remember touching my chest and just feeling my heart coming out. But I was just laughing, man, just enjoying being out there. Different position, first time in my career, so I enjoy it. Just happy that I caught it.
Did the nerves kind of go away once you got the first one?
Yeah, after like the third inning, like I just was more relaxed, and I feel natural there.
Did you see Victor behind you after?
Yeah, man, I told him, "Big, you got left and center field today, so better make sure he's there."
There's a base hit. Yeah. Well, I hope he can handle it because it'd be nice to have a big hitting, right-handed hitting outfielder.
Right.
They need one of those badly.
So give it a run.
Yeah.
God bless. I'm all for it. I liked what I saw with the lineup, whether they would have lost last night 7-1 or won 7-1. Don't give a damn. I like what they're doing. And I hope that this kind of mindset carries on through the trade deadline, which, of course, is fast approaching on Thursday. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
Well, the Cardinals are really...
TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. You are welcome to participate in the program in a wide variety of ways, ranging from texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, we have a YouTube channel where friends gather and they talk it over with each other, Doug. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. It's at youtube.com/TMASTL. John Scores is talking to Jake in St. Genevieve, who's talking to Dr. Xander Malenthrop, who's talking to Jeremy Hodge.
Okay. Well, that's a nice little group.
They're just going back and forth. Not too worried about what's being discussed over here. They got their own thing going.
Yeah, they're saying Trey Mancini's available.
If you're looking to shop.
Is he still in the game? He was with Baltimore, right?
Yep.
And he was a Notre Dame player who had overcome cancer, I think, right, to play?
He is 33 years old, and he is currently available.
Because he's retired.
We played 23
that's
with the Cubs.
Guess it wouldn't hurt to kick the tires.
Hey, we're talking about outside the box right now.
Exactly.
Try anything and everything. I enjoyed the text that said, call up Jimmy Crooks to catch and put Pozo in center.
Well,
Jackson, would you be on board with nothing but catchers in the outfield?
We're getting closer.
Sounds great. Sounds great. They'll make a new Moneyball about the Cardinals, all catching crew.
So, Contreras, Pozo, and Herrera in the outfield. And, Doug, that opens up a spot for take your pick of whomever at first base. I mean, I know you like Luke and Baker's Cavs.
Well, I think shortstops could probably play any position on the field, maybe short of catcher and pitcher. I don't know about catchers.
What do you mean?
I just don't know if they got the wheels.
They're field generals.
Oh, they are?
Their awareness.
Yeah, they have the great acumen, but do they have the physical tools to play all over?
What you lack in physicality, you make up for in grit, determination.
Like, what if you're in center and there's a ball hitting the gap and you can't run? Is your guile going to get you there?
That's right. A little moxie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how I like my outfielders. I like them slow and powerful.
Slow and powerful.
Like the Greg Luzinski type?
Sure.
You don't remember Greg Luzinski, do you?
Nope.
Sorry, that was an old reference.
Doug picked up on your bluff right away.
Yeah.
Called the hand. Last night, fun with attendance at Busch Stadium. Doug, 20,510. The announced crowd. What do you think was actually in attendance?
Half that, maybe.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Martin, what did you say the metric supposedly is?
Well, my metric was that it was about 2/3.
Okay.
If they announced 30, there was 20. If there, so... But that metric may be changing.
You think I think 13's a little...
Yeah, that was a couple months ago. Now my metric's a little more of a, let's go 57% maybe.
For the record, the 20,510, second lowest non-COVID crowd in Busch 3 history.
I wonder what their season ticket number is. It's got to be, what, 19,000?
Yeah, I would think, because it was probably in the low 20s for the most part, which is a great base, and then now probably more like 17. So that means on top of that, you got a Monday night against the Marlins. You need some people to say, I wouldn't mind going to that outside of the season tickets. Probably not a big draw, even when you're selling tickets in March or April. Nobody's buying those Marlins tickets, and in the last minute, you had a chance last week to grab them, and not so much. That's a tough. I mean, I think we got the Cubs and Yankees coming up, back-to-back weekends.
That's right.
You got the whole new squad where JC will be catching, Pozo will be pitching. I mean, that's when.
Well,
that's when we'll see, Doug, some movement.
I'm sure they were hoping to still kind of be in the playoff mix when those two teams came around. Maybe it won't affect attendance. I don't know. The Cubs fans will probably be here in big numbers.
Yeah.
And the Yankees always bring a lot of people, so maybe it won't matter.
Well, the Cardinals get to see Aaron Judge. He's now on the IL.
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
You're welcome to participate in the program. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And you are welcome to partake by calling in as well. And Barge Guy is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Okay.
Doug, he wants to start things off.
Hello, Bargy.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're fine. We're absolutely fine.
Well, first, I want to give you a credit.
Okay.
You know, I get up at 6 a.m. every day, and I listen to, and we're going to say it, the immortal Michelle Smallman.
Oh, great. She's on right before us.
Right. And then the last thing I hear is, I'm over it. And then I hear your guys' song to open your story, and it's like, and I'm dancing with it. I'm over, and it's just amazing. But first of all, I got a lot of material.
Okay, let's hear it.
Sounds like
yesterday, he said his 7-year-old loved to watch Happy Gilmore 2.
That would be Tim.
We watched it 2 times over the weekend, my 7-year-old. And he's like, I want to play golf. And I was like, okay, you know it's not like that, right? He's like, it's not. I'm like, no.
Oh.
There's no snow. That's not how it happens.
No.
He said, okay, I'm good. I don't want to play anymore.
Oh, no. Lost a fan just like that. Okay.
But as far as the Cardinals go...
All right, let's get down to that.
Let's get down to it. Because Joe Buck said it best last week on your guys' show. I mean, we got to sell. It's time. I mean, it's a new regime coming up. Heim Bloom. We'll see what he does. But, I mean, we really got to just sell the farm. It's time.
Okay.
I like that. Sell the farm.
Who would you like to see sent packing?
You know, it doesn't matter. Anybody. Anybody.
Trade them all.
I mean, you sit there and think about, you know, I consider it like the Rooneys owning the Steelers, the Bushes owning the Cardinals, the ownership group, and then they sold it to the DeWitts. And what's the first thing they did? They hired Tony La Russa. I remember exactly where I was when that came out. I was sitting in my mother's driveway, and it came out on the radio, and I'm like, oh, my God. They hired Tony La Russa. And the rest is history.
Yeah.
Barge guy, you said you get up at 6 a.m., but I thought you worked overnights, correct?
Yes, I do, but I'm off right now till Thursday.
Oh, okay,
nice.
So while off work, you get up at 6 a.m. Okay.
I do, every day.
So you're off this week. So what's the morning routine? Like, I don't know, beverages and other items?
No, we're just doing coffee today.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other hot takes?
No, just that the Cardinals have to revamp the entire thing.
Okay.
I really think they do. I mean, you know, you guys know me. I'm a lifelong Cardinal fan, lifelong St. Louisan.
Oh, sure.
And we just need to revamp everything. Like I said, sell the farm.
Sell the farm. I like that. And what do you put in the coffee? Nothing?
Okay, a little bit of American honey.
Oh, there it is. Tim, I did not want to let the witness go without asking
You
a few
guys
more.
wanted to hear
Very
it, so
tight
I
read.
thought I'd tell you.
No, I just wanted, we wanted honesty. That's fair.
Honestly didn't need to be said. There it is. Barge guy, wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much for the call. And, of course, you're welcome anytime on this program.
Oh,
there he is. He's
okay, you got cut off.
Well, he's getting another cup of coffee.
All right.
Like a thief in the night.
All right. Sell them all.
The farm. It's gone.
Yeah, I like how he had a list of material to get to.
This show's so stupid.
Started with
Stingray, Mississippi State.
Oh, Happy Gilmore take. Has Movie Boy done a breakdown of Happy Gilmore 2?
Coming
This Saturday, Martin.
That drops? What time does it drop? Because I'll get up.
Saturday at 10 a.m. I guess I can announce I have a special guest joining me for that.
Whoa!
Adam Sandler?
Nah, I wish. This guy, close second to me, Carnegie Strode's going to hop on and talk over Happy Gilmore 2.
Wow, how about that?
Has he seen it?
Oh, he's seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna share his thoughts.
Nice.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
A very special edition of Movie Boy, Episode 3. This is Season 1, Episode 3. Happy Gilmore 2 review. Jackson Burkett, DBA, Lil Jackie Papers, and Ken Iggy Strode.
And then also talking about the new Fantastic Four movie with Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse.
My goodness.
Andrew Marsh. So 2 special guests will be joining me.
Is that any good?
Fantastic Four?
That's right.
It is good.
Is it really?
Yeah, you'll hear more of it on Movie Boy.
You need to listen to find out more, right?
Yeah, I can give you the base look at it. But yeah, more to it to that.
Okay.
Yeah. All will be available to you
But
on
designed
Saturday.
for kids, right?
I wouldn't say that necessarily.
All right. It seems like most superhero type movies are designed for
I would say
crowd.
Yeah, teenagers, but sometimes get into some more adult, mature themes. And I would say this one does.
Mature themes?
More mature.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh well, I mean, I'm not saying it's not the Deer Hunter, but it's...
Do you like a mature theme?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay.
It's not the Deer Hunter, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, no one's playing
really
Russian
expect
roulette.
That's hard to watch, isn't it?
It's not very rewatchable. It's not like, hey, I got 3 hours, let me watch the Deer Hunter again, although it's amazing.
The Russian roulette scene is always a little uncomfortable.
It's a little too real.
Mm-hmm.
Gareth, Iggy, Marsh, a cavalcade of stars on Movie Boy. That's from Minute Bowl eligible. I agree.
That's said in a tone that I feel like is one way, but I think of it as a great thing.
I agree with you.
I think it's going to be fun.
I'll listen to that sode. I'll listen to that sode all day long.
Yeah.
I know in the most recent episode of Movie Boy, Doug, Jackson ranked his top 5 films of the 2020s, and I haven't listened yet.
Huh.
And also his breakdown of Eddington, which is a film about COVID in New Mexico.
Yes. Yeah. Ari Aster, who is a exciting younger filmmaker. This is his 4th movie, so it was really exciting to talk about that.
He's
it's fun
exciting.
to talk about. Yes, I would say so.
Did you ever think about becoming a filmmaker yourself?
Nah. I don't think I have the vision
Get a little
for it.
director's chair and a megaphone.
Like those like saddle pants.
Yeah.
Don't say sode, you Hoosier. That's from Bano.
Don't say Bano. How about that?
Well, that's his name.
Or it was.
Yeah.
Jackson's authority is about to come through.
Is that right?
It smells like it might get changed to Bano, possible burner.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is Movie Boy on YouTube? That Marsh is fine, so I was hoping to watch. Thanks. That's an MD 2020.
Understand the question, but no. It is an audio medium only as of this moment. But, you never know.
I could see talks.
Yeah. I could see that happening.
Tough guy, Jackson, huh? That's from Bano, and he is back, and he's not happy.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. I'm not really looking to do all this with text my name.
7:36. You just don't have the energy for it.
I'm not looking to tough around.
Tough around.
You don't want any part of Bano?
No, if that'll make them go away. Well, listen to the program, but just kind of get off my ass.
Little Judy Suckins chimed in. I'd love to be a guest on Dawson's Creek's Big Movie Podcast. Is that the unofficial title?
Yeah, again, that seems, again, a little backhanded. But
I think Jackson may have stumbled upon the new slogan for the show. Stay listening to the show. Just stay off my ass.
It's kind of
that kind of witty banner from Doug will get you on Channel 5, apparently. I can't turn on Frank Cusumano without seeing Doug Vaughn. You're on every night.
Was on last night.
You were on again?
Yes. Jackson's got clips.
That was from, I believe, Sunday. Just got posted to YouTube yesterday.
But last night was the old hit and run.
Oh, that's right.
What's that?
Where Frank asks rapid-fire questions.
In a rat-a-tat-tat style delivery.
And you have to give a quick answer. Mm-hmm. And then he'll throw one at you and say, Mike Keenan. And Doug's, oh, golly.
I don't remember
bully
what I said.
I don't remember what you said here.
No.
It's like playing horse with takes.
Sorry?
It's like playing horse.
Similar, I guess.
Yeah. Call it out.
Tim, you want to hear some Doug on Channel 5 violating his non-compete?
Oh, you want to listen to it?
Oh,
well,
gosh.
I thought it was asked.
I don't remember what I said.
Welcome the great Doug Vaughn.
Great.
So, you haven't done TV in 3 years. I'm wondering, how many times now do people just run into you at a grocery store? I watch you every day.
It's usually only people I owe money to. I don't get that a whole lot.
Do you miss anything at all about TV?
No.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. I had a great time. I was 34 years at Channel 4. I had a great time. Saw the whole country on the Channel 4 dime. covered Super Bowl winners and World Series winners and Stanley Cup winners. I really had a great time in my job.
So a new career for you, have a very popular radio show on 101, The Morning After. And how about the difference is, I know you prep for that, but you just kind of go in and do it. TV, how hard you have to work for a 4-minute show, or even harder for a half-hour show.
And you say new career, I've only been there 17 years. Thanks for listening. 17 years I've been doing this show. The show goes back longer than that.
You called it a new career.
Have a real affection for you on the radio. Maybe too much at times?
Well, it gets uncomfortable, yeah. Have to look away at times because it could embarrass me and my family.
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
So you sent it back to Savard right there?
No.
Well, you have to, yeah.
Some
keep it in the
Jackson
family.
in there.
Tell us about this new job you've undertaken, Doug. I like how he was alluding to sexual tension from the text. So he kind of alluded to that.
Right. Well, Frank, when he would follow us back in the KFNS days, some of the texts would be left over because people would be podcasting and they would think they're listening live, and Frank would read some of them, Martin, and that would throw him off. And I think that's what he might have been referencing there.
Doug's work husband.
There it is.
And leave you quivering.
Okay, Frank.
That's what would happen when people would be listening to TMA podcasting and then text into Frank, and he would be caught off guard. But
is this Lexington Steel?
Oh, gosh. Stumbled into an email again.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, big ego, small Johnson.
Stop it.
Confirm or deny?
I mean, usually he's sitting there with Tom Holly and Rich Grauer, and the next thing you know, he's talking about Lexington Steel. But that's what happens.
Frank, do you like chocolate bunnies?
He seemed to read it, and then at the end, regret.
Right. He catches it. It's like the problem with, Doug, we're less than a month away from the big showdown with Central Arkansas, and Gabe Yarmond on Power Mizzou's YouTube channel will do the Missouri postgame show. And the TMA listeners infiltrate that thing. And the Colonel used to get frustrated, but now they'll pay like $10 because if you pay in the super chat, the Colonel will read it no matter what.
Oh, sure.
And the TMA listeners are willing to spend their money to have Gabe read. Take a listen. Do you have anything
I'm
there?
not going to lie. I'm a little bit disturbed at the number of people asking me to take my shirt off, if we're being honest. But, hey, do appreciate you guys being here and being a part of it.
And that was another $10.
Imagine Gabe.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Gabe sits down. All right, we had a tough loss to Georgia. Let's go over this. The running game was disappointing. What do we got here on the chat line? Gabe, take your shirt off.
Appreciate Lenny tossing me some money. I'm going to keep the shirt on, but appreciate that.
But $10 every time he reads a text.
I mean,
I like that business plan.
Yeah, I mean, the Colonel's got a side OnlyFans project.
Ed Hallman asking the last time I shaved was a year ago. No, man, it was like I shaved right before I got here.
Try to do a serious sports show. You can't get it done.
He's just got done playing between the hedges against #1 Georgia, and our audience infiltrates the program.
I think a healthy amount of that was, I think it was at Williams Winery's commitment, which he was like 10 minutes late, which was just a death sentence for Gabe, because that meant all those degenerates would be in there spending $5 to ask him to take his shirt off.
It is kind of Gabe's Mizzou OnlyFans, where he's got a little pipeline to the weirdos.
Pipeline to the weirdos.
Yep, anytime you go live and you're somewhat affiliated with this program, Doug, you are exposed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, just a warning. All right, the program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We welcome you to participate in a wide variety of ways, texting in, calling in, emailing in, and you can watch the program and interact with other TMA listeners and request that we take our shirts off at youtube.com/TMASTL. That is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It's the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. You can always go back and podcast, Doug, and if you want a podcast, it's brought to you by Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, who also sponsors Joey Vitale's Friday Odyssey.
And they sponsor my garage door. At least they fixed it. They came out and fixed it. I didn't need a whole new garage door. That's what they do. They don't want to sell you a whole new garage door if you don't need it. For me, it was just a strut, and the garage door working fine, has for a long time now. They've been around a long time at Schaefer Door. Any kind of garage door problem you can throw at them, they've seen it before, and they can fix it. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and versatile, and Schaefer Door has that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors if you own a business or warehouse with those big, tall doors. Schaefer's experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there that have been for years. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you actually talk with the person when you call them and have a problem. And their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you something that you just don't need. The website is SchaeferDoor.com. I'm going to go ahead and spell Schaefer for you. That's Schaefer, SCHAEFER, SchaeferDoor.com. Best to call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA and throughout the day on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals pick up a win last night over the Miami Marlins. They are back in action this evening, taking on the Marlins. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. Sandy Alcantara on the mound for the Marlins. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I think Jackson's doing a movie theme. Val Kilmer films? Meg Ryan films?
No, this song became number one this day in 1967.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's the theme, Tim. There's
So I
always the
thought,
theme.
you know-
That became number one on this day.
Yeah, not
Oh,
many, but this one for sure did.
And you hated this movie?
I wouldn't say hate. It's just not
It's
much.
listed as bad at goodorbad.com.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I probably would list it as bad.
Every time I go to goodorbad.com, it's no site. Let's see. Bad.com.
Yeah. But I'll tell you right here and right now, in analog style, not great.
Analog style, not great.
As opposed to electronic. Goodorbad.com.
Tim, goodorbad.co is taken, and it's not a diet app. It's an app for taking control of your life.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like it gives you choices. Donut or an apple? Good or bad? It's person holding it.
Might invest in that as well.
Good or bad?
Just lighting money on fire left and right.
Co is taken.
The program's called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with the music theme of songs that were number one on this day. And I'm looking forward to what do you think was number one on this day in 1984? Well, you're going to find out.
1984?
In the,
I don't know.
You think it was it Nina or Nana? 99 Luft balloons? You say Nana or you say Nina?
It never really comes up in my everyday conversation.
Was that prior to 84? I don't want to do the the date war with Tim
I'm
here.
looking forward to the next return because number one song on this day is this is interesting.
What year?
Oh, Bill.
1984.
Wow.
And it's not the outfield. We played them the other day.
Yeah, I think that's more 85.
Can we have initials?
No.
Initials of the band,
Jackie
maybe?
Papers.
No. Because it's
Movie
not,
Boys getting to be a
I'll say,
band.
I'll say it's not a band. It's a singular artist.
Is it really?
That'll be your hint.
Phil Collins.
Male or female?
Male. That's the only that I'm done giving hints.
It's Michael Jackson all day. It's a matter of fact. That's where it is. It's just a matter of is it Thriller, Beat It, or Billie Jean? I'm just telling you. Maybe Human Nature. I don't know.
How
I
about
don't
Ben,
know.
a song about a rat?
Nah, that was in the 70s, I think. Well, that's coming up on the program, but you are welcome to participate in a wide variety of ways. You got the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMA. STL, and you can call in like Barge Guy did and talked it over and really gave some vivid thoughts after enjoying his coffee this morning while off. 314-974-0101. Very sad news with the passing of Ryan Sandberg at the age of 65. Ryan Sandberg, Hall of Famer. For me, as a child of the 1980s, synonymous with the Cardinals and Cubs rivalry. He announced in 2024 that he had been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer, and he passed away yesterday at the age of 65.
Yeah, I'd heard he was sick. I didn't know that it was. Apparently, he posted a couple weeks ago, basically, that he was going to spend his final days with family and friends, and he was just a class act. You could tell that. I think he interviewed for the Cardinal job, maybe even as the man. Was he not in the Matheny mix that
That's
year?
correct. That is correct.
Interviewed for that job, but I think for being a Cub, he was never in the hated. To me, like the Mets, you just hated all those guys. He was always well respected, and I was at the famous Sandberg game as a kid.
Oh, were you really?
Sitting in the stands. Cousin John, Pete, the gang. We went up there, and the epic game where you're like, I got Bruce Sutter. We're going to close this baby out. Gives up the homer. All right, that's all right. Suter's still out there in the next inning. Gives up another homer. Just the an epic game for sure. Costas on the call, Tony Kubik on NBC, but just I would say that would be a great Chicago question. He's probably not in the top 4 of the Mount Rushmore, but one of the most beloved, I think, Chicago athletes, because that Cubs team in '84, the Cubs have been so bad for so long, and people just fell in love with that '84 team, and he was the MVP in the National League that year. But that's just horrible. 65.
Yeah, that was a great Cubs team. They won 96 games, and I think I was going to be at that game, as insane as that sounds.
Because you would only have been about 6 or so?
That's right. 7 years old. And we went up there. Doug took the old Amtrak.
Oh, did you? That's a fun way to go.
My mom and dad and my younger brother. And if memory serves, we went to perhaps the Friday game, but then my 2-year-old brother, who's always thanked at the end of the program, Kevin, was staying with a babysitter, and I believe the babysitter was fearful that he had gotten into her pills.
No. What kind of pills?
You know, I mean, I just remember that from 1984, and I didn't ask, but it might not be a bad time to reach out. And had we not had that happen, I think, Martin, we would have been there doing our first program together.
Taking calls.
Following Bruce Sutter blowing the save and what became a classic game. But I know it was June of 1984, and I would imagine that was the only time the Cardinals were at Wrigley Field in June of '84.
Kevin have to get his stomach pumped?
All I know is my mom was like, we have to get home.
Yeah.
And so we got back on the Amtrak and headed back to St. Louis after being in Chicago for maybe 24 hours. That's what I recall about that series.
That's a tough place to be when you want to immediately get home and you're on the train. You don't really control it.
Yeah, that series is the only time in the month of June they played in Chicago.
Yeah, I think we went to the Friday, June 22nd game, which the Cubs won, and we were going to go to the Saturday game. Well, now I got to be furious at my brother Kevin.
That was a clean sweep for the Cubs. They also won Sunday, 5-0.
It was a bad Cardinals season, '84. Great game. It was on June 23rd. Sandberg wearing the number 23. Think about that.
And he had cancer. He announced cancer in January of 2024, got treated, thought he beat it, said in August of 24 he was cancer-free. Then it came back in December.
Here is a clip of Ryne Sandberg's Hall of Fame speech.
The reason I am here, they tell me, is that I played the game a certain way. That I played the game the way it was supposed to be played. I don't know about that, but I do know this. I had too much respect for the game to play it any other way. And if there is a single reason I am here today, it is because of one word: respect.
Base hit. Boy, he could hit. He could sure hit for a second baseman at a time when most second basemen weren't big hitters in their lineups. He's one of the better hitting second basemen that's ever played.
And 9 Gold Gloves, too.
When he hit 40 home runs in, I think it was 1990, he was only the 3rd second baseman to ever do so. Fun fact for no one telling. I believe he was the highest paid player in the game for a period of time.
Yeah, great player. He sure was a great player.
They said he was playing 3rd until Ron Say arrived at the Penguin. So then they had to move him over to 2nd.
And that worked out real fine.
Fleeced the Phillies to get him. I mean, I don't think they thought they were, when they traded for him, the Cubs, I don't think they had any clue what they were getting in return.
Yeah.
Might have been the Larry Boa trade.
Every team has some of those trades where they go, can you believe we gave away so-and-so? And that's one for the Phillies.
Tim's brother Kevin has the best donuts on the planet, and his brother Danny's a hottie. Thanks. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
That's family lemonading.
That's it. Okay. Double gong.
Jeff Kent was a far better hitting second baseman. That's Eric in the Central West End with his Mike Francesa tribute to the passing of Ryne Sandberg.
Yeah.
Jeff Kent was also a good hitting second baseman, for sure.
Not now, Eric. Not now.
Right. Read the room.
Read. I like that.
Now he got me looking up Jeff Kent's stats. Doggone it. Well, he hit 377 home runs.
Oh, he's really good.
My mom made my dad leave the Go Crazy Folks game to go to a Lamaze class as she was prego with my sister. It's from the 314.
People need to get their priorities straight. If you have to give birth at the stadium, that's what you do. You don't go to a medical facility just because it's clean. You stay and you watch the go crazy game. I'm surprised I even have to say this.
Doug, somebody from the 309 just texted in Dallas Green.
Okay. He's a manager. Do you think anyone's ever given birth at Busch Stadium?
Yes.
That's a great question, but I would say yes. Don't you think at some point?
Probably. We have that many people for... Which Busch Stadium? Busch Stadium 2 or the current one?
Either.
Oh, baby! I don't know.
What you would say.
I wonder who
If
would
it's
know
happened,
that.
probably not but a time or two. Because if you're that far along, you're probably not going to a baseball game.
That's a key observation right there.
If you were to have a child at the Cardinal game, where in the stadium would you like to go?
Nacho bar?
Right.
Well, they have a little medical
answer.
facility there, medical room there for people that do have medical emergencies. I guess that's where I'd want to go. It would be a little showier if you could do it like in the bleachers, where they could get a good shot of it on the camera.
Right in the sun.
Yeah,
I mean, find out.
You want to have a memorable birth, that would be it, right? To be able to say I was born in the bleachers at Busch Stadium.
I'm going to bet that there hasn't been a baby born. I bet maybe labor was induced at the time.
Well, I would say yes. It would just have to, just mathematically. I feel like it has to
it probably happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, has there ever been a baby born at the airport? Probably yes.
But it's not like, but if you're at Busch Stadium, it's like, I feel like a lot of times, like when births like that happen, like it's because you're kind of stranded. Like you're not, like you're at Busch Stadium. You can get out of there pretty quickly if you start going into labor.
Or it's the third or fourth kid when they really come quick. I mean, they'll slide right out of there after 3 or 4.
Okay. Well, maybe.
I don't ever remember reading a story about it happening in the news anywhere. Doesn't mean it hadn't happened, but you would think they would have made a big deal out of it if it had and been successful.
I text Mo. He's been there, 28 years? You're kind of
busy. Texted John Michelle like that.
Kind of busy with the deadline. Real quick.
I got another text. I wonder if that's the Phillies.
Real quick one, if you could, ask around.
It's just the 3 dumbasses on 101 ESPN.
That'd be great if they missed the Cardinal. The Cardinals missed a trade.
What was going on?
Martin was asking about if a kid had ever been born at Busch. And the person, of course, that texts about that is the president of baseball operations.
Who's doing nothing else.
We got people monitoring the situation on our behalf, and Doug telling anecdotes, whether they're true or not, regarding a child being born.
Okay.
Baby has been born into an ice cream helmet. Is that inaccurate?
That wouldn't be big enough. Wouldn't be big enough, no.
Guys, I don't have many favorite Chicago Cubs, but 23 was my all-time favorite. I also share a birthday with Mr. Sandberg. That's from Ian LaPerriere, Lappy.
Okay. Yeah, he was everybody's favorite player in Chicago there for a long time, I think. And Martin, you said he wouldn't be on the Mount Rushmore Chicago athletes. Who would be?
Well, like Gale Sayers, Ernie Banks,
Walter Payton.
Walter Payton, yeah. Oh, and Frank asked you about Walter Payton if you danced with him.
Oh,
that was brought up on the show.
Ditka, maybe.
Ditka,
Jordan, Ditka, Payton.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton in Chicago. But Sandberg would.
Ernie Banks.
Beloved Chicago athletes.
Yeah.
Probably right around the 10th, 11th spot, probably. Top of my head.
Bobby Hull.
Yeah.
Sharon and Clayton is not happy with you, Doug. They'll slide right out of there? So easy for a whiny man to say that. Isn't the one with their legs in the stirrups and their blanks on display for the world to see. Shut up! Oh! That's Sharon and Clayton, and you guys had been close, but now...
Well, keep listening to the show. Just stay off my ass. That's my new slogan.
That's the new slogan.
Well, the first one, sometimes the first child, they're in labor for hours and hours. But then after you have 2 or 3, sometimes they come quickly.
Thank you, baby.
That's just the way it is.
I just peeked out the Olive Street Road here, Doug, and we got a major storm rolling in.
You
see that? Dark. Look at that. Where'd that come from? It was a nice little sunny morning in St. Louis, and I'm looking out to the south-southwest. Storms coming in, and I guess it does say that we have some storms coming through the St. Louis area. So
it almost looks like the Truman Show, where it just got somebody just turned a dial.
Yeah, it's insane looking out to the south-southwest. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Running into the store to grab some groceries, whether you're loading up, just grabbing a couple things at once, remember that Schnucks has lowered those everyday prices on thousands of items. So while it's tough to save money when you go to the grocery store, Schnucks doing the best they can. They continue to lower the prices on more and more items. Just keep adding to the list, like Haagen-Dazs ice cream. These are not sale items. These are dependable everyday prices. So if you want to find out if your favorite item has a new lower price, check the digital shelf tag around the store, finding tons and tons of items, all with lower prices. Make sure you've got the Rewards app. You probably do by now. If you haven't, get it downloaded when you check out. Going to get money going right back into your account. You can also use that Rewards app to get delivery, curbside, however you want to get your groceries. You can do it through the app. Everyday savings, doing their best to drop the prices to save you money when you shop. There's probably a Schnucks right around the corner from you. Whatever your shopping needs are, you're going to do it and save some money. Everyday savings you can count on at your local Schnucks store.
Doug, this was number one on this day in 1984. Is that correct, little Jackie Papers?
That's right. Prince says when doves cry.
You want to give your Mount Rushmore of Prince songs?
I couldn't do it. Little Red Corvette.
Little Red Corvette or Purple Rain. That's George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, is that unanimous? You agree with that? That's unanimous?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I like Party Man. And Batman. I like Party Man.
I respect your passion.
Mm-hmm.
But you might be on an island.
All right.
And I know you're comfortable on that island.
I live on the island. I want to be your lover.
Hot.
What about a song?
Nice. Real naughty, man. I don't like Kiss, but I feel like some would put that on the Mount Rushmore.
Raspberry Beret.
I was going to say,
I go Raspberry Beret, Martin.
Did he do it as a cover, or did somebody steal it from him? That Terrence Trent D'Arby did it, I think. Whose song was it? We'll talk about it. Cardinals won, idiots.
Martin
just
is doing preemptive texts. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Do you agree with Jackson? The party man is on Prince's Mount Rushmore. 314-399-9646. Text in, or you can call in about said topic. 314-974-0101. As Martin is of the opinion that someone with the Truman Show has turned on storm clouds in St. Louis, and on what was a sunny morning in the area, at least where we are in Creve Coeur, serious clouds have just rolled through. I looked at my radar app, and the storms are heading dead straight down from the north. You rarely see that. Yeah. What the hell's going on?
It was a dramatic shift. That's how I could picture somebody with the dial. They just did a little too quick. I think tomorrow was supposed to be the rainy night.
And that's when the temperatures cool down.
Scattered storms Wednesday. We're a little bit ahead of it here.
It's not supposed to get nasty here, is it? Is it just ugly-looking clouds? Or I don't see rain in the forecast.
I'm looking at the radar, and there's just a few storms coming straight down from the north. But the storms tomorrow will be bringing in the cooler weather, which will certainly be welcomed. Let's see. Let's go crazy. That's getting a lot of text for the Prince Mount Rushmore, and I think that's probably accurate. So we're going Purple Rain, Little Red Corvette, Raspberry Beret, and Let's Go Crazy.
So
I thought that was Jack Buck.
So when Doves Cry gets left out?
Oh, wow.
Oh, gosh.
Might have to take out Raspberry Beret, which is fine.
Put Larry Nickel on. That's from Big Tuft.
He's not on hold.
Is he really on hold?
I don't have like a direct line to his ear.
Oh.
I guess I have his phone number, but.
Okay.
What the hell? We need more Larry, not less. That's from the TMA remote lamp.
Who are you arguing with? No, who's saying that we won't have Larry?
Will we have Larry?
Sure. If he calls in, he's welcome. He always is.
Is he late?
Well, he's not scheduled.
So why won't you let him on?
Is he on hold?
I feel like I have my brain has poor Wi-Fi connection. And I'm missing something here. I don't know what.
Ken Rosenthal talked about the Cardinal trade deadline and what it's looking like, both with regard to not only the relievers, but also Brendan Donovan. Here's Ken Rosenthal on the fair territory.
His section on Mondays is called fair territory, but it's on foul territory, which is very confusing. Here's Mr. Rosenthal.
This one comes from Rally Squirrel, who asks, what are the odds the Cardinals also sell controllable players like JoJo Romero or Brendan Donovan? Now, JoJo Romero is getting quite a bit of interest and should be getting quite a bit of interest. Left-handed option in a market very thin on those types. Danny Coulomb from the Twins is another one. Brendan Donovan is a guy that they're also getting pushed on, and teams would love to have Brendan Donovan. Guy can play all over the place, good offensive player, really a quality guy, almost this year's Tommy Edman in some respects. I don't know that the Cardinals will trade him. Romero, I think they might get pushed to the point where, yes, the threshold for trading him is met. Donovan, in John Mozeliak's last year as president of baseball operations, I just don't know that they're going to do that. Heimblum's taking over, and I don't know that he's going to want them to trade a guy who really can be a centerpiece for them going forward in Brendan Donovan.
Okay. Yeah, hard to disagree with any of that.
I don't understand why John Mozeliak's last year's president of baseball operations matters on the Brendan Donovan thing. And I'm not saying this to give a take against Ken Rosenthal. I don't see how one is related to the other.
No.
at this point.
Was he saying he wouldn't do that to Bloom? Like trade a guy that Bloom might want on his way out, do something that affects the next guy? I think he was saying Bloom would want a guy like that around.
All right. Well, then if that's the case,
I think that's what he was saying is why would Mozeliak do that to Bloom on the way out?
Because I think there was a thought process, and maybe there still is, that Mozeliak would like to, of course he would, end his tenure with a playoff berth, but as it looks less and less likely that I don't see the Brendan Donovan and him being in his last year really correlating. That's why I was asking that question. But I see what your observation is, that he wouldn't do that to Bloom to take away a guy who has some value and certainly similar. As I was listening to that podcast yesterday with Rosenthal, he made the Tommy Edman comparison. Not because of he's a future NLCS MVP, but who knows, but because of his ability to play multiple positions.
If you're John Mozeliak, what is your legacy move here to kind of fall on the sword and say, this season, my final year is going nowhere?
Is there really a move that he can make one way or another that would be defined as his legacy move? Like,
well, I think
not in the moment, but perhaps down the road if they were able to unload somebody who becomes a key.
Yeah, but I would say don't pretend you're in it. That would be the
just
wrong.
Because it's his last year.
Right. I'm saying if he goes, well, I just kind of want to have one more kick at the can, and I want to hang in there a little, and we're going to add a reliever just to see. I don't think they're leaning in that direction, but that's the only debate. I think it's more realistic, and he knows it too. Do your best on the way out to help them moving forward, even if that means this year's not real exciting.
If they could get a youngish starting pitcher for Brendan Donovan, a number 2 or 3 type in the rotation, would you do that? Somebody under control for another couple of years? You'd have to consider it, right?
Because you need pitching, and it's looking a little scary next year, where you might have to go out, not the Lance Lynn, Kyle Gibson moment again, but I think you might have to find some pieces next year to fill out that rotation.
Yeah, knowing you've got Weatherholt coming on the way up, they can do the second base thing that Donovan's doing, and you could add a starting pitcher. I think you'd have to really consider that.
Quit saying Mo will fall on the sword. He's the one who created this mess. That's from Steven Time.
Okay.
Maybe it's the phrasing that you don't like, but my point is it is his fault, largely, because he's in charge. If the team's not good, you can blame the DeWitts or Mo. I think more people blame Mo because he has the keys to the baseball operation. Forget the phrasing. The point is, do you do the right thing and just kind of say, all right, it sucks, we're not going to be good in my last year, but that's what we need to do for the best interest moving forward. Phrase it however you wish.
Sure.
The best way to describe this era of Cardinal baseball is competent. Just good enough to get in, just good enough to compete. And while the Connie Mack template can be profitable, it can only go for so long with franchises that are expected to compete for World Series appearances. That comes from One Beach Ball 29, a.k.a. the ghost of Bob Perky.
Bob Perky, boy, this is an old guy. Bob Perky pitched way back like in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, but this is his ghost.
And he's talking about the Connie Mack template? Who's going back to the Philadelphia A's? I don't think I know what the Connie Mack template is.
What ghost would you like to text in under?
Bob Perky's pretty good.
I guess Gary Coleman. Yeah. But I feel like that's kind of a chalk answer.
I could go Joey J, maybe the Reds pitcher from early 60s. Always got a kick out of him.
Is Wilford Brimley still alive?
That's a different topic.
No, he's dead. Wilford Brimley.
Doug, why'd you bring up Wilford Brimley?
He was in The Natural.
He was the manager?
Yeah.
So when he was 30, he looked 60.
Yeah, he came out of the womb with glasses.
I think we talked yesterday about we thought we didn't really learn anything this year from the Cardinal team. And I think maybe if we learned anything, it's just if you had to give them a letter grade, they're a C team. They're a C. And they're just about 500. Yeah. They've got mostly C players on their roster, a couple of Bs, a couple of Ds. No Fs or you wouldn't be in the major leagues. But they're a C with a chance, as the season goes on, kind of like me in math class, it could go down to a C- or a D+ as it gets tougher. But I think they just have a whole roster full of C major league players.
My question yesterday was, have you learned anything going into next year? Like, did you gain any knowledge that you were hoping to get about this roster? And it's probably that Herrera is a big league hitter. You didn't say that back in October and November. Libator is a solid rotation piece. You probably didn't know that for sure, February or March. So there are a couple things, but nothing major, I think, has been the Walker Gorman. Those are the two going into the season that we talked about.
Yeah.
And Gorman did have Walker had another double last night. His July numbers are really good. So that's trending up. Gorman's going to be out on a rehab assignment. But I think so far, going into next year, do you say, oh, Walker's he's an everyday big leaguer. Gorman's an everyday big leaguer. I don't think you're saying that right now.
Those two are kind of the same players now that we thought they were or didn't know what they were back in February.
You're still kind of waiting.
Mm-hmm. Let me phrase the question this way, or maybe it's just a totally separate question, gentlemen. Did we have anything happen to date that excites you for the future?
I'd say no. I'd say a solid no, the more I think about it.
Yeah. I think the thing that you have to be following the organization, I think what you have going on with J.J. Weatherholt is exciting, but how many people, and listen, if you're listening to 101 ESPN, I'd say 95% of the people listening know who he is, but when you're talking about the baseball population at large or the casual fan, J.J. Weatherholt isn't on the radar for the casual fan because he's playing in the minor leagues. That progress is certainly exciting. But overall, at the major league level, when you're talking about whether we're discussing the second lowest attendance number, non-COVID, in the stadium's history last night, or you're talking about the 2026 season, or you're talking about what things will look like following the work stoppage, what is there that gets people going back to that stadium? And that, to me, is your core issue, because that is the bigger picture question that the Cardinals and their ownership faces. Speaking of which, that work stoppage conversation got awfully heated in the Philadelphia Phillies clubhouse with Bryce Harper and Rob Manfred. That story, including Bryce Harper's comments following the Phillies' loss last night, next here on TMA. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Number one today, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
All right?
Nailed it.
Doug, you're right. It is a gift. But unless it's monetizable, is it a burden?
Just because you remember the dates, I wouldn't think it's too much of a burden, is it? Is it clogging your brain, keeping you from learning other things?
You taking a shot that I didn't graduate from Missouri?
Kind of.
Let's take a break.
It's like winning the U.S. Open as an amateur. It's like, man, that $3 million's not mine.
Well, Bill Gates didn't graduate either, and neither did Larry Ellison.
We've been compared.
And I don't think Elon Musk did either.
We've been compared.
Yeah. So you're okay. You'll do fine.
I thought we were throwing a break. I'm pretty pissed.
A lot of famous college dropouts.
You need some time away?
Including,
actually.
I'd say the closest comp would be Tiger Woods.
Yeah, I guess with the club head speed.
Yeah.
You're comparing Tim's game to Tiger Woods?
Well, both didn't finish college. I'd say Tiger Woods and Brad Pitt. Put those two together and you get Tim.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for Jackson.
Thank you.
Good for Jackson.
Thank you.
Did that number, the memorization number, did it help you in school? Could you memorize homework?
I guess so.
Like
I don't know.
Read something, you go in to take the exam, you remember it, like recall.
I guess so. I suppose, but by majoring in journalism, I didn't really challenge my mind.
You blew it.
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm experiencing that clarity right now on the air. And so my combination of that awareness, along with Doug's unfortunate comment, has me raging, and that wants me to throw to a break. But we will carry on with the program because I deep teased Bryce Harper going after Rob Manfred in the Phillies clubhouse. Jeff Passan had this story yesterday. Bryce Harper stood nose to nose with Rob Manfred during a meeting between the commissioner and the Phillies last week, telling him, quote, to get the F out of our clubhouse if Manfred wanted to talk about the potential implementation of a salary cap, sources told ESPN on Monday. The confrontation came in a meeting, one of the 30 that Manfred conducts annually in an effort to improve his relations with every team's players. That lasted more than an hour. Though Manfred never explicitly said the words salary cap, sources said the discussion about the game's economics raised the ire of Harper, one of the game's most influential players and a two-time MVP. So Harper talked about this last night. Here is what he had to say.
Everybody saw the words and everything that happened, but I don't want to say anything more than that. I want to focus on my teammates and our union as a whole, and just worry about winning baseball. I've talked labor, and I've done it in a way that I don't need to talk to the media about it. I don't need it out there. That has nothing to do with media or anybody else. It's what we can as players and owners and everybody else can come together to try to make this game great. So I don't. I've always been very vocal, just not in a way that people can see. I've always been outspoken within these limits of the clubhouse doors and everywhere else. But I don't think necessarily anything should be relayed to media or what happens or what I'm talking about or how everything's going, unless Manfred or Tony or somebody else is doing that.
It's Bryce Harper on his get the F out of our clubhouse if you want to talk about a salary cap comment to Rob Manfred last week, per Jeff Passan's reporting, and obviously Harper is confirming that. Manfred, sources said, responded to Harper and said, I'm not going to get the F out of here, saying it was important to talk about the threats to Major League Baseball's business and ways to grow the game. Before the situation further intensified, Nick Castellanos tried to diffuse the tension by saying, I have more questions. And the meeting continued, and Harper and Manfred eventually shook hands, sources said, though Harper declined to answer phone calls from Manfred the next day. Castellanos said, it was pretty intense, definitely passionate, both of them. The commissioner giving it back to Bryce and Bryce giving it back to the commissioner. That's Harp. He's been doing this since he was 15 years old. It's just another day, and I wasn't surprised.
I love the fact that the story comes out. It's like sources, and then Castellanos just confirms it all and gives more context to it.
He's going to have a great podcast when he's done.
Castellanos,
when he's done with baseball.
Yeah, he feels like he'll say
he shoots from the hip.
Yes.
He talks in a very casual manner, but it's articulate. I really like Nick
because the
Castellanos.
story was sources said, and then all of a sudden Castellanos is quoted there. Oh, yeah, it was pretty intense. Definitely passionate. Giving it back. And then Harper, I appreciate the fact that he didn't want to get into details about it, but he didn't say, I don't know what you're talking about. Next question. He actually answered it.
The Ditka model.
Yeah, but why are you so grouchy, Harper? Making $30 million?
I think he's way out of line, Bryce Harper.
Telling the commissioner
I don't
to get
think
the F out of here.
Stand up to the commissioner and issue what could be seen as a physical threat. Seriously? You can't have a professional conversation about a new contract? It's no way to behave. He's way out of line with that. You can't threaten the commissioner of the game.
As reported, it was that he kind of got in his face, right? Is that how?
You can't do that either.
Well,
I agree. That's not how people behave themselves. You sit down and you talk like adults. You don't grab a bat and run up to the commissioner and tell him to get the F out of here. That's way out of line.
Manfred told him, I'm not getting the F out of here.
Good for him. Good for him. He should probably be fined or suspended or something for a threat against a commissioner. You can't do that. Is there no decorum at all anymore? And he says he says they're willing to sit out. Harper, sure he can. He's making $40 million a year. Won't bother him. There's a lot of guys that it would bother. And the commissioner has every right to sit and talk about what they need to do in the future to improve the game and grow the game. If he doesn't like it, if Harper and the players don't like it, there's ways to talk about that and negotiate. But you don't jump up and get in his face and tell him to get out of here.
Well, I don't know what the tone was. Was Manfred lecturing them in a tone saying, you guys don't get it, we're losing so much money?
I'd be very surprised if that's it.
I agree.
This is his own mission because he recognizes that there is a chasm between the players and the commissioner, and so that's why he goes on this tour of clubhouses. And if anything, I respect that because he knows he's not going to be popular. I really, at the core, and this is, of course, along the lines of the topic, Doug, you're taking it in a direction I haven't heard, honestly, but I understand where you're coming from, and I respect it, so I'm not trying to move off of that. Just in general, and I don't know who it would be, if it's Holiday with us or if Wainwright comes on, I would really like to hear, not like challenging him or yelling at him like some kind of cable news, look at us thing. I want to understand why guys, in the case of both Wainwright, and I'm just using them as examples because they're guys who are on the show regularly, I sense, this is my read, and it could be completely wrong, that the whole thing about a salary cap is this sacred first commandment of being a Major League Baseball player and associated with the Players Association. And you cannot be the generation of players who gives in on something that has been so sacred for Major League players going back 50 years, even if it is at the detriment of the game's business. And I would love to, now that's my perspective. I would love to hear from guys like that who I think are, really good guys and also can communicate quite effectively the position, because I think for a lot of people, they're going, there's got to be a salary cap. Now, that's not everybody, but I think a lot of people feel that way. And the fact that it is met with the kind of anger that Bryce Harper has toward it, and this instant we're shutting it down, and Tony Clark, the head of the Players Association, talks about collusion, and that will likely at this point lead to the game shutting down in 2027. I'd be really curious what the reasoning is, and if it does go beyond just, you can't be the generation that gives in on this point that we have fought against for 50-plus years.
I think that's a big part of it, and it's Manfred's job and the owner's job to spell out the math and say, here's how it'll save the game, but also here's how more of you will make money, because there's going to be a floor, and there's going to be, teams like the Pirates are going to have to spend more. The Marlins are going to have to spend more. So all of a sudden now there is going to be more coming in other places and more opportunity for players to go. So I understand it's like a four-letter word, the salary cap. When you say that, players, you're right. It immediately triggers them. Somehow the owners, if there's a way that it's going to be better long-term for everyone, you've got to do a better job of spelling it out. Maybe that's what Manfred's trying to do. by getting in front of him. I just don't think, and I get it, he's the commissioner. I just don't think he can be the mouthpiece right now. There's got to be somebody who can. I referenced it one time about a committee, even like with Wainwright, former players that would kind of be on this negotiating committee, smart people that played the game and that are rational people. Obviously, there's emotions involved here, but I think Manfred has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, so it's going to be really hard for him to be the guy delivering the message.
The average salary in Major League Baseball now $5.2 million.
And the minimum is $790, $800?
Yeah. So there's quite a few guys making that minimum salary, which is still a huge salary by the everyman's standard. But there's a whole lot more guys near the bottom than there are Bryce Harpers with these 13-year, 14-year contracts making $35, $40 million a year. So there's probably a lot of guys saying, "No, wait a minute, we wouldn't mind a salary floor. Maybe our salaries would double and triple. Instead of just paying a handful of people outrageous money, maybe all those guys at the bottom of the scale would see a much better salary situation."
It is interesting, that dynamic. I think the younger players are always afraid to speak up, even though what you're saying is true. I'm sure they're worried about their own bottom line, but they can't go against the veteran wave.
Which the stars are going to be the opinion makers always.
But it's pretty clear what we've always thought is that they're so dug in on each side. And Harper doesn't speak for everyone, but it's a star player, that they're so dug in that they can't even talk. They just can't. They can't even. And we're a year plus away from this even hitting the deadline, or when the deal's up, and they still can't even talk about it. That's why I think you got to get some different voices to at least lead the discussion.
Well, it's one thing to be passionate about your position and never want to give it up. You can respect that. What I can't respect is trying to embarrass the commissioner or bully him out of your clubhouse. Come on. That's no way to do it. That's Bush League.
Well, and I agree with that stance. All I was saying earlier, if there was some tone where he said, "Harper, you don't understand," if there was more context to it, that's the only part.
Doug, I hear your point, but I couldn't disagree more. By entering the clubhouse, Manfred entered the player's domain, and in that space, it can sometimes get heated. If it was in a conference room or at the league office or more of a business-like setting, it would be different. That's from the Native American baller.
No, that's his domain also. He runs the game. He's the commissioner of the game. He has every right to be in the clubhouse. He's in charge of all this. He has every right to be there. And it doesn't mean that other people have a right to disrespect him in that way, and what looked almost could be construed as a threat against him. That's not the way you do things. That's not the professional way of negotiating and handling yourself. It just isn't. That's the bully way to do it.
I say Manfred was out of line going into the locker room. That's not a negotiation place. It's a ploy by Manfred in negotiations. That's from the 618.
He's not he's going directly to the players and saying, "Here's the situation." What do you want him to do? Send an email? You're going to complain about the commissioner saying, "Hey, fellas, we know we got this coming up. Here's where we stand." You wouldn't welcome that? You don't want to know from the guy from the top what he's thinking?
I have a general, and I welcome people too, because I'm not challenging anybody here or in the audience. Just in general, if somebody comes to me, even if I totally disagree with them or even dislike them, and they want to sit down and talk face to face, just out of respect, I'll listen. Doesn't mean I'm going to come away liking them or agreeing with them or giving in on my perspective. So the fact that he knows he's going into, quote unquote, at this moment, enemy territory and talking, I respect that. And I think that was his own initiative, because he knew following the 2021-2022 issues that there was a gap between the players and the commissioner. So I respect it. And that's just a general principle that I have.
Yeah. I don't know how you could complain about the head of the sport coming to talk with you about it. I assume he didn't come and immediately start yelling at the players that you're going to have to take pay cuts and we're going to go to a salary cap whether you like it or not. I assume he didn't take that tact.
Well, that's my question. How did it get so elevated? Because in theory, the commissioner comes in. Hey, the commissioner's here, guys. You're going to address things for a few minutes. Everybody's sitting at their locker. They're probably on their phones. They're probably half paying attention. How did it get to that point that it was so heated? That's my question. Maybe it is just the career animosity between one side and the other.
I was in a union, and I understand the back and forth negotiations, but both sides must have the welfare of the organization top of mind. Otherwise, the long-term future of the organization is doomed. Doug, that's a poignant text coming from, of course, your mom's lesbian lover.
Oh.
Sometimes the message and the messenger are surprising.
How can the union have much of a problem with Major League Baseball when the average salary is $5.2 million a year? What are you complaining about? How are you being mistreated? How are you being underpaid? What are you mad about? You ought to thank your lucky stars that you're there. Especially in St. Louis, you look around, the stadium's empty. Average salary still over $5 million a year, and you're mad about that? You're going to have to start looking at it a little more reasonably, I think. Because at some point, and maybe we're there now, they're going to hit the ceiling to where the owners just can't continue to pay the players more every year, that the money runs out at some point. And it looks like because of the changing landscape of television rights, and now in some stadiums, many of them, fans don't show up like they did. There's going to be an awakening. At some point, it's going to stop.
All the other leagues seem to have a partnership where they kind of get on the same page eventually. In the NHL, coming out of COVID, they said the money's way down, and the players basically said freeze the cap. They agreed, how are we going to get through this together? They've been locked out before. They've had strikes, and same with basketball and football. But it seems largely the other three leagues now have a way to kind of just, okay, this is good for us. This is good for you. Baseball never seems to be able to even have anything close to that conversation. Okay, yeah, you hate the salary cap. Hold on. Here's what it's going to look like. We've done the math here. Here's how many more millions will come into the game this way. If there's a model like that, they need to present it, because right now I think both sides are clearly just dug in. Again, the veteran players are going to be the voices. If you polled all the players anonymously, a bunch of them might play, oh, please, yeah, I wouldn't mind just keeping playing for a few more years and make a few more.
But it's just like and I realized, we were fortunate, or Martin, in your case, you're still doing it, to be able to go into clubhouses and interact with players, realizing that, the majority of the people listening to the show, haven't had that experience. The way that it works in a Major League clubhouse is usually the clubhouse takes on the tone of the star or star players. And so one of the tougher clubhouses to cover, I think you guys would agree with this, don't want to put words in your mouth, and I was just a college student at the time, but I was in there, was the 1998 Cardinals, because you had McGuire, obviously the alpha, and the media was the enemy. And so then that trickles down. I bring that up because if you are in a spot where you are a younger player, and obviously there are way more of the guys making the lower end than the guys making the high end, the star, you're not going to want to go on the record and go against that. So you're in this unique spot of having perhaps the majority sharing the view of Manfred, but the stars and the ones who are going to be the spokespeople going against that. And you don't want to go against the stars because at this point you're just happy to be there and making $800,000 a year, which, of course, by the way, you might be lucky to get for 1 year. And then you got to go and get a job when your playing career is over, which could be at 25 years old. And that's an important part of the conversation as well.
And there was that famous story. They were going to go to Japan because McGuire was such a big draw. And they had a team meeting, and I guess Rick Krauscher, I don't know if he was they used to be, they would take a young guy and let him be the union rep, like all the veterans. Now you do it. It was always somebody somewhat new, but they had a big debate about whether the Cardinals would go to Japan, like in February or March the next year. And Rick Krauscher said, "Hey, I kind of want to go to Japan." He was like, and McGuire said, "We're not going to Japan." And they were like, "Okay, we're not going."
I'll wrap that up.
Yep. Vote. Do we need to take a vote? Nope.
Yep.
It's been decided.
Well, this will probably have some impact like that. It's being reported they stood nose to nose talking to each other. And I'm sure the players are going, yay, Bryce, all right. And Manfred and his team are probably going, okay, that's it. You're going to treat us like that? Okay, we can dig into. It can't help to have confrontations like that. It can't be helpful.
I asked this question of everybody in the audience. I'm legitimately curious. And it's a pretty simple question. I'll give three choices how to answer it. Are you a bigger fan of the game of baseball in 2025 than you were in 2015? Would you say same or less than? And I'm not saying any answer is right because it's all to the individual. But for me, without question, it is less than I was in 2015. And I'm sure some would say, oh, it's being colored by the fact that the Cardinals have had the last kind of down decade that they have had. But it's beyond that. It goes into, I can read off the last place teams, and I bet many in the audience could have named the last place teams before there was a pitch thrown in March. It is expected. Could read the first place teams. Meanwhile, there have been some surprises like the Brewers and the Blue Jays as things stand right now. Others have been quite predictable. And when you have a game in which, I don't know how many of the teams are just not going to be competitive, and if and when they do happen to find those stars through drafting, they're not going to be able to hold on to them. And if they are able to hold on to them, it'll be the detriment of the long-term success of that organization because they will not be able to afford other players to create a cast around them. You have a flawed system. And that is what has contributed to baseball's decline from my standpoint as a fan. So I'd be curious what people would say, how they view it now versus where they were in 2015, if you're old enough. Compare it to 2005, 1995, whatever your benchmark wants to be, but I'd be curious where people are. It is 8:47 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you're going to see that they are the better choice. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or check them out in person at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They offer custom deck design, opening and closing pergolas and roof, motorized shade and screens, and under-deck ceilings. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, per John Denton's reporting on Twitter. Cardinals left fielder Lars Nootbaar will start his minor league rehab assignment on Wednesday. That's what Ali Marmol said. He'll report to Double-A Springfield, where Nolan Gorman currently is. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Number one, I don't think 2005, though. I'm going to go 2003.
02.
You know why I know that, Doug?
No, why?
I'm doing the sports. KMOV, you must have been one of those 3-week vacations you would take.
Yeah, or longer.
Doug would always take off this summer, Martin.
When does it become a sabbatical?
3 months.
Fair.
When you take off an entire season.
Especially when McComb's just opening up and poor Sevy's up there by himself.
Right.
And there goes Doug Vaughn.
And we were either going into the Sportscast commercial break or coming out of the Sportscast commercial break. And I was sitting there on the desk. And Jackson, at that point, I was a young boy, your age, full of hair and hope. Mm-hmm. And both have dissipated. And
even hope is gone at this point?
Oh, God, yeah.
That left before the hair, probably.
I think so. I think you're right, Martin. And I'm sitting there with Larry Connors and Julius Hunter. And Larry Connors turns to me and he starts reciting the lyrics to Hot in Here.
Oh, really?
And
that's when you lost hope.
And he goes, I bet you didn't think I knew that. I said, you know what? I have to agree with you. Mm-hmm. But therefore, I knew it had to be 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004. It had to be one of those years.
Okay.
2002, Nellie's Hot in Here. Okay. And it's spelled with a number of R's. Am I correct on that?
I don't know.
2 of them, in fact.
Yeah, where you go?
Kind of like Ivan Herrera.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Your left fielder. I asked the question before the commercial break here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug calls it a Gallup poll, where I ask the audience this question. Are you a bigger fan of baseball now than you were 10 years ago? Same or less than? Jackson, you don't happen to have the Air Comfort Service text inbox open, do you? 314-399-9646. Martin, you usually do have it on that desktop in front of you.
Yes, it was overwhelmingly immediately like less than. And some of that could be our market, St. Louis, where the interest has dropped in the Cardinals tremendously. Phillies fans might be way more into it now than they were 10 years ago. Orioles maybe more. Wonder what would be same. Maybe like Red Sox, Yankees fans who are just kind of always into it. But I think for sure in this market, less than.
Yeah, how could it not be?
But I don't want to get away, and I agree that probably is playing a role in it. But oftentimes, like for me also, college basketball, I'm not nearly as big of a fan of, even though I realize Missouri's season ended very quickly with the Drake debacle in Wichita. But my team was, super interesting this year. It doesn't change where I am on that. And I think, Doug always will say, it just has to do with age. Then you have kids and it changes. But my counter to that is I'm way more interested in college football than I was. And that's in general. That's not because Missouri has had some years of relevance over the last 2 decades. And I'm way more interested in golf. And I realize I'm an outlier on that. And I think it's because I feel like the regular seasons have lost their point in sports that used to have more importance. And that is where I think I'm coming in on baseball, but also that, if you could get the bet in, you could pretty much project who are going to be your regular season champions. I don't know, with about 75% accuracy, and also your regular season last place teams. And that, to me, is a commentary on the economic status of the game. And that's one of my main reasons for me personally. If other people are loving it, God bless. If I'm on an island, God bless, doesn't change. I was surprised to see what I would say was about 95% responses saying less than, and substantially less than in many cases.
Yeah, and I think just in general, a slower-paced game is not going to get increased in popularity in this day and age that we live in now. Instant gratification, short attention span theater. Baseball's not well suited for that. We're in an age where you're flipping through TikTok videos. You watch 5 seconds. If it's not entertaining, you move on to something else, and then move on and move on and move on. And baseball is just sit there and watch it unfold for 3 hours. It's completely different. So I think that's got something to do with it.
I think something that I think, again, I haven't seen this written about or heard it discussed, but it may have been. So I want to make this clear. This is my own thing, specifically to younger people. And I'm talking, even younger than, Jackson's generation at 27. So I'm, in a sense, talking about having a 7-year-old, but probably more old, old than that, but younger than Jackson. If your brain is predisposed to instant gratification and dopamine hits that social media provides and sitting on your phone provides, then the pace of the game that you're making reference to is the antithesis of the manner with which you experience happiness, joy, excitement. And so I think that there could be something to that from a younger person's standpoint. I'm not talking about for me, and I'm not even really talking about for a 27-year-old. And I wonder if there is something to that.
Like moving forward, bigger concern for the game, lack of interest.
Absolutely.
You think so?
I mean,
I'm talking to my son and his friends, and they're just like, oh, my God, love playing basketball, love playing hockey, but flag football also is this thing that's blowing up, but baseball, oh, God.
From a spectator
stand
standpoint.
Around.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But look at the success of the Savannah Bananas. There's nonstop activity there. There's music pumping away, and there's players acting like goofballs, and something's going on every moment, and people love it.
Sure, yeah, but we're in the infancy of that. Let's see the sustainability. We're going on 150 years of Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. And I think you nailed it right in the head. And it's tough to say because I love it, and there's a lot of nuance and history that I find to be rich and really fun to kind of be around in the summer. But baseball is a boring sport. Comparatively to football, basketball, and hockey, and even soccer to a slight extent, it's a pretty boring sport. You stand around, there's minutes upon minutes of no action, and the stakes are pretty low. Every inning is one of a 9-inning game of 162. It just doesn't have the stakes that college football or the NFL has. It doesn't have the fast pace that basketball and hockey have or the physical contact of those sports. It's just kind of boring. It sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it still. I'll always love it. But generally speaking, it's a boring game.
But you're not saying that's new. You're saying it's always been, if you really dig deep into the elements of the game, it's always been a slow-paced game.
Entertainment at the touch of our fingers has evolved rapidly, even since 2015, where Tim's talking about the last 10 years, but certainly more in the last century, or the start of the century. Yeah, there's a ton of more things to be entertained by. You're not only battling TV shows and movies and everything else, you're battling a 8-second video on TikTok that will take over your attention. It's you're kind of going up in a losing battle.
And as a sport, baseball could look at the NFL. You'll never be able to get to this point. But if you're an NFL fan and your team's bad, you'll still watch other NFL games. You consume the league. You know all the stars. If you're a baseball fan, largely, you kind of know your team. You love your team. But if there's another, Cubs, White Sox are on, I might watch it. But if it's the NFL, oh, my God, who's playing? Oh, wow, the Texans are playing the Browns. All right, I'll watch. And some of that's gambling. I think that's gotten...
Fantasy football, I think.
That's a big piece of it, too. But baseball, who are the baseball stars right now? Ohtani's a huge star. Okay, but... They don't resonate like in the NBA or the NFL, the way those stars are just major, across the whole country. Everybody knows those guys. And in baseball, it's still largely, I love my Phillies. I love my Cardinals.
And the reason why we're talking about this, for those of you who's joining us, is the Bryce Harper telling Rob Manfred to get the F out of the clubhouse if he's going to start talking salary cap, when Manfred was in the Phillies clubhouse doing one of his meetings with all 30 MLB teams. So that is how we got on the topic, because then that gets into what is likely coming down the road for baseball, and that is a work stoppage. And so that is how we got to the question of your individually state of the game. If somebody goes, oh my God, I've never been more interested in it, great. I haven't seen that yet, and I think there's been about 200 responses to the question in the last 10 minutes. But if that's where people are, and then I suppose what I would ask as a follow-up to the question is, what sport over the last 10 years, if any, have you found yourself getting way more interested in from a viewing perspective? Not playing, but a viewing perspective. I would imagine the answer we're going to see is hockey. I think around the country, I think the answer would either be NFL or college football.
And college football is another example you'll watch. If it's not Mizzou,
God, can't
I'm
wait.
just saying. But I'm saying if you're a football fan and you've got a team, you love Tennessee, you love Mizzou, but you look up and it's Alabama against Ole Miss, you're watching. Like you're consuming the entire sport.
It will factor into, like, okay, going to dinner that night on Saturday. Usually my wife and I will try to get out to dinner. And I'm like, God, I remember we were out to dinner when Georgia was playing Alabama in September last year. And, like, the whole place was kind of like, oh, what's going on in the game? What's going on in the game? It's just a different vibe. And hey, different sports and different successes and different revenue pools, all of that, I understand it. But we are in a market that is synonymous with baseball. That's the difference. We're not talking about being in Miami and talking about the Marlins. Or being in Seattle and talking about the Mariners. We're talking about being in St. Louis and talking about the Cardinals and the game of baseball. And I do think that some of the economics, getting back to the Manfred-Harper confrontation, has played a role in the dissipation of interest. And that is a core issue. You can get into whether or not the team is good. I understand that. But when we talk about the Cardinals, there isn't necessarily frustration directed at players, is there? The frustration is directed at ownership. The frustration is directed at John Mozeliak. That's where the frustration comes from. And they would tell you, I'm confident in this because Mozeliak just blatantly says it now that he's on his way out, that the economics of the game, the structure of the game, has played a role in what the Cardinals have been able to do. And whether one likes to hear that or not, because, like, well, they're rich, so who cares? Spend the money. That's usually not the way people get rich and stay rich, by spending money irresponsibly. You do that if you want to get into AM talk radio. Mm-hmm. So with looking at where things stand, this to me is the bigger issue. And the fact that you have hundreds of people texting in going, yeah, I'm way less interested, and we're in St. Louis, that speaks to a much bigger problem for the game of baseball. It's 9 o'clock in St. Louis. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website. Check it out. Part of the Lita family. AutoLoan Pro put together to help you get into a car, no matter what your situation is, no matter what your circumstance. Buying a car, getting those loans, it can be difficult. The only thing you need to know is about the Auto Loan Pro. It's going to help you get your life and your credit back on track. Little to no money down. Best rate available. They're able to do that by working with over 50 different lenders. In addition, go to their website, AutoLoanPro.com. Scroll down, find that free playbook. When we mentioned that they're going to help you get your life and credit back on track, that's what we're talking about. The free playbook they have put together just so you understand how it all works. Get the car this time around, maybe a different car that you've got in mind, and get that one in the future as you sort of sort through it all. Making that large purchase is complicated, especially with those hiccups you may have had. Let the Auto Loan Pro help you get back on track. AutoLoanPro.com is the website. Again, part of the Lita family.
All right, Doug, roll with it. Steve Winwood. Whew. I'm going to let you do this one because you love guessing years.
Oh, gosh. Can I have a decade?
I would say it's in the 80s.
Okay. I'll say 1986.
I think that's a good guess. You're right.
I'm going to go over.
Like 88?
Well, was it when the Lakers won the NBA championship in 87 or 88 that CBS played Back in the High Life Again by Steve Winwood, which was a tribute to the aging Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Was that correct? And Pat O'Brien was on the sidelines and leaving voicemails?
Pat O'Brien.
Who was he leaving the voicemails to?
Colleagues, I believe.
Oh.
Who later hosted...
Sometimes I get drunk and call Doug at 3 in the morning and leave him a voicemail about how good he looks during the show.
Oh.
He was the sportscaster that later became host of, like, not Hard Copy or Entertainment Tonight. One of those. I remember.
Yeah, you're right. I can't think of which one it was, though.
And he was chasing down Arnold Schwarzenegger for something. And Arnold turned and goes, Patty, you love a good scoop, don't you? What year was it, Jackson?
1988.
Oh, doggone it.
That was my second guess.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The question that I just posed to the audience in the Air Comfort Service text inbox is, what are you more interested in than you were a decade ago, sports viewing-wise? Martin, you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox up in front of you. What are you seeing?
I have to get off the Pat O'Brien page. I was just trying to read about Pat O'Brien, who was the road to the Final Four for many years. There were a few people who chimed in, and I saw a couple that said more, but it was like less interested. Somebody else said it's a simple fix for baseball. Move the fences in. Would that do it if it just became a home run barrage? No.
But as far as sports that other people are interested in more now than they were, seeing a lot of hockey and college football. Hockey, golf, and college football are exciting. NFL is king. Majors in tennis are fun. Baseball kind of stinks. Turn it on in the 7th inning if it's close. That's from the 314. Alan Dadeville. College football, watch any game, any division. D2, D3, don't care. I love the chaos. That's Alan Dadeville. Timmy the Creek says NFL. And battery-operated boyfriend says 100% hockey.
And I'm sorry I didn't have a better answer, Tim, because I was knee-deep in Pat O'Brien, who we believe worked for Access Hollywood.
That's what it was.
Access Hollywood, thanks to Josh.
And who is he harassing?
Colleagues.
I have not completed my deep dive there. He liked to leave voicemails to colleagues in the building.
So did Matt Lauer.
Well, he would invite them into the office.
Right, and then lock the door.
He had a special button under his desk. You didn't have that at Channel 4, just a little button under your desk?
I never had an office in my life.
Yeah, Doug Vaughn. My name is Miss Butler, and I'm calling in reference to the comment you made, I think it was about a week ago, concerning Randy Moss maybe coming to the Rams. I didn't appreciate your little comment. You keep your personal comment to yourself or to your homeboy.
Miss Butler will join us in the 10 o'clock hour.
Boy, she really gave me a shellacking. Oh.
How'd that feel?
Oh, not good. Not good.
I bet.
So I've never shared an opinion again since then.
You can call in and share your personal opinions with us, your homeboys, at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox at 314-399-9646. And, of course, we have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where many have gathered. 228 are in there talking it over, including the J.C. Penney chat support, Lex Luthor, and Rocchio's hostage negotiator still in there. So Matt Rocchio, apparently...
He's being held hostage.
And this is the gentleman who's negotiating on his behalf in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And then, Martin, we also have Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day, and you're a Design Air guy through and through.
Love Design Air. Love hearing the feedback from the audience as well. That gets the design team to come out there. The design service team comes out, fixes things without selling them something they don't need. And that's part of the plan. That's part of what Seth Goldcamp tells his employees. We're not here to upsell. let's get the AC back up and running. If they need to replace it, we'll sit down with them, give them a couple of options. But in the meantime, if it's just a repair, simple. Get it done, get out. It's that service that's been working for more than a century. Employees love working there as well. A lot of awards for the employee satisfaction. That's why Larry has stuck around all these years. The Silver Fox that people are now asking for, I believe, by name. DesignerService.com is the website, heating and cooling year-round. This is the longest-running sponsor of TMA, so support them. Again, and if you have a great experience, share the story. We love passing that along as well. It's DesignerService.com. Tim, on the Wikipedia page for Pat O'Brien, I'm just scrolling with CBS Sports from 81 to 97. Then it just comes down to alcoholism and voicemail episode. That's the headline for that portion of his life.
Section.
And that's what you're remembered for.
I don't know if this is you texting in as Jackson's jet pilot, but this person says they're more interested in WWE now than they were 10 years ago. And here is a gentleman who probably has caused that interest to increase with his Tuesday WWE recap. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Larry Nickel on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Well, a sad day in professional wrestling as Hulk Hogan passed away last week, and the WWE paying tribute last night, Doug. And I know you thought that was an emotional tribute with all the wrestlers coming out and paying, what do you say, homage or paying homage?
Well, I didn't see it, but I'm sure it was touching.
Larry, was it touching?
Yes, it was touching.
Okay.
Flip that off.
Okay.
Maybe an elaborate, on the thought a bit.
Well, I just found out when I was watching the presentation last night that Hulk Hogan's son Nick was in attendance.
Oh, okay. Well, all those guys owe Hulk a big debt of gratitude for what he did for that. I almost call it a sport, for that entertainment vehicle.
Sport, Doug.
It's an entertainment vehicle.
It's off the rails now, Martin.
Doug, to me, it is a sport.
Okay.
Yeah, Doug.
All right. So what happened in this sport last night of note, of interest that we need to know about?
Well, there was an 8-woman tag team match last night. On one team, there was Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, Stephanie McKernan, and Nikki Bella, who I had the opportunity to interview along with the twin sister Brie and Mick Foley back in 2013 at Busch Stadium.
That's correct, down on the field.
Okay.
And they beat the team of Chelsea Green, Naomi, who is the currently defending women's world champion, Piper Niven, and Alba Fire.
Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something?
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Very interesting
Maybe
match.
the greatest drop ever.
Might be.
Wow.
That was Stedman-esque, Martin.
Wow.
It was Stedman-esque.
Jackson, that was a Mount Rushmore of drops.
You're all grown up, and you're all grown up, little Jackie Papers.
Wow, we should probably just take a break.
Yeah.
Wow.
And on a high note, BK and Ferrario coming in.
Wow.
It's as good as we can do. Larry, I mean, while that 8-woman tag team match is probably something I'll go back and watch today, you did get a chance to sit down with Hulk Hogan at the CBS Sports 920 studios. Was that 2013, Doug? 2014?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Probably 2014. What, Larry, is that 2014?
I think it was 2015.
2015. So Hulk Hogan was in with us. You got a chance to interview him, and you really got going on the George Foreman grill with him.
Yes, I did. He threw me. He ripped me a new backside.
Oh, didn't you say move on to a different topic, brother?
He said, well, Larry asked about it. He did his, this is 60 Minutes caliber journalism here. And then the next thing you know, Larry followed up with it, and the Hulkster said, "Okay, brother, what are you with the IRS? Let's move on a little bit."
Good for you, Larry.
That's journalism, Larry.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And also, there was a World Tag Team title match last night.
Okay.
It pit the Judgment Day's Finn Balor and J.D. McDonough versus two members of the LWO. And, of course, there was outside interference. And the winners of the match, and still the World Tag Team Champions,
Finn Balor, and J.D. McDonough.
Okay. Well, that was probably exciting.
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. Was that about it, or was there another
No.
match?
That was about
That was it.
Okay. The tribute was so long. Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world?
Yes, I do, Tim. Thanks for asking.
No problem.
Number 5 will be Australia.
Okay.
One of those rare continents / countries.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say Antarctica's in the same class?
Is it even a country?
And I was wondering.
Has anyone lived enough people live there to have a country?
Antarctica.
Antarctica City.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
Number 4, even though it's about 5 minutes too early. The North Pole.
North Pole. Okay.
Even though it's about 5 minutes too early.
No, 5 months.
Oh,
okay.
5 months too early.
All right. That's not a country.
Guys, Antarctica does not have a capital city.
Okay. Does it have a city? Any
It's
city?
a continent governed by international agreement.
Okay. Everyone's
Number
agreed
3.
you don't want to live there. Oh, sorry, Larry. Sorry.
Go ahead, Larry.
Go ahead.
Number 3 will be Italy.
Italy, okay.
Number 2, Canada.
All right.
Number 1, United States of America.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes! Oh, Doug, cool in the gang. He's started off. Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is, the best in the business, regaling us with his tale of sitting down with Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan was given a choice by his agent of, I believe it was a toaster or the grill. He chose the toaster. George Foreman then got the grill, and it became George Foreman's grill, which then made George Foreman an even wealthier man. And Hulk Hogan regretted it, and Larry Nickel wasn't afraid to ask that question.
I thought the story was where he missed a phone call, like he was out doing something, and his agent called. The same guy was agent for both Foreman and Hulk Hulk didn't get the phone call, so the agent moved on and called George Foreman. Cost him $300 million.
I believe in the interview with Larry, he tells the story. I think he goes, all right, I'll tell the story one last time.
Well, he saw Larry and he probably knew. I got Mike Wallace here.
Yeah,
I got to answer these questions.
That's it. I got to show this. It was a one-camera shoot with the two of them on a couch.
What a good sport he was, though.
He was. Just walking through that little crap hole building that we were in. I say, of course, with all due respect.
He had to have been wondering, what am I doing here?
Just glorious. Hey, Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. Usually they will be with us on Tuesdays, this week on Thursdays. Brown and Crouppen, local, founded in 1979, giving you superior legal services, and they value the client service that they provide as well. And if you're in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. That's Terry Crouppen, that's Andy Crouppen, and that's Ed Herman. Brown and Crouppen, part of the community. They value the St. Louis community. You're going to get great service and great results with Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. 926 in St. Louis. The program is called TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Boy, this Jackson's put me to the test today. It's either 2003 or 2004, and if I can get paid on that, I'll put 50% of my bankroll in.
This is a later period Black Eyed Peas. I got a feeling.
I am shocked to hear that because I am virtually certain the way I do the year thing is I picture where I am when I heard the song, and this was the Cardinals. It was a Cardinal theme song, and I thought it was the 04 Cardinals.
This was the number one song in 2009.
2009, so maybe the 2009 Cardinals, great team.
Yeah, I remember this being on the front end of the run of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs I was going to. This song,
run of bar mitzvahs.
That's the title of the segment.
It was like a world tour.
Really?
Or bar?
Bar for gentlemen, bot for girls. Okay. But I went on like from 6th grade up until the end of 7th grade, just a ton. And this song was always banging out at that. So that's 2009.
So Tim's a little like Barge Guy, where he remembers where he was when LaRusso. Remember, Barge Guy was in the driveway at his mom's house when the Cardinals signed LaRusso. Couldn't remember what he had to drink, but he...
It sounded like American Honey is where he
eventually,
arrived.
yeah. When pushed on the topic, he did have an answer.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, the presenting sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. You are welcome to compete in the design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today by emailing in The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. And Little Jackie Papers has discovered Larry Nichols' conversation with Hulk Hogan, Doug, and Martin, it was your first time hearing it, and what a delight it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to present to you from 2014, 15, he said, his conversation with Hulk Hogan in our studios at what was CBS Sports 920.
I heard that you were the original spokesman for the George Foreman Grill. Is that true?
You had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to go there.
You had to go there. No, I'm not. I wasn't the original spokesperson, but George Foreman and I had the same agent. I'm going to tell the story one more time. And I went to pick my kids up early from school because all the soccer moms used to get there early. So on this perfect day, I was the first one to get my kids from school. So I left the house a half hour earlier. And when I came home, my recorder said, "Hey, Hogan, this is your agent. I've got a grill and a blender, and I was calling you first before I called George to see which one you wanted." So when I hit the recorder, I said, "Okay, there's a grill or a blender." So I called my agent, and he goes, "Well, I called you first, but George picked the grill." And so George made $400 million, and I didn't make anything.
Well, you still made a whole bunch of money with TNA, being the general manager and all that.
Easy, brother.
Well, that's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not, but...
I'm going to have to borrow some money from you, man.
Okay. In closing, what would you like everybody to...
Are you Uncle Sam or something? What are you doing?
No.
Checking in my tax bracket from last year?
No, I was just saying, George Foreman, you said George Foreman made all that money with the grill.
Yeah, he did. I'm doing okay myself, but you're acting like Uncle Sam or something. Getting kind of personal with these questions, brother.
I'm not trying to be personal. I'm sorry if I did.
Look, that's the kind of journalism this show has been known for.
Yeah, we don't care how big you are. We'll cut you at the knees.
And then there was a reverse camera angle at the end. Were there two camera? Was it a two-camera shoot?
Two-camera shoot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Looks like it.
Yep. Is that the Inside STL YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Yep. When we were coming over to Hubbard in 2022, we're going to put everything on the Inside STL YouTube channel, but Martin, we couldn't find the password for it. So
we used to joke about not having stamps, but we really couldn't figure it. And it's hard, too, because since the inception of the Inside STL YouTube channel, YouTube got bought by Google. So now it's all signing in with Google accounts and this, that, and the other, and it became very confusing. It was a real odyssey.
No way to recover the password at all.
Man, did I try.
It's got papers in a dark place.
I run into that Google password all the time. Like, I don't have a Google account.
You have to open up your garage door, like at Schaefer Door Company, just to get into your Gmail account. It's like, hey, open up this app, hit this number. And trust me, I'd rather have, two-factor authentication than get hacked or identity theft of some sort. But still, Makes it a real pain in the ass.
In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Dr. Xander Malenthrop says, and people say the media in this town's soft, not Larry. And I think that kind of proves it right there.
I would say.
He wants Hulk Hogan to continue to pay for that $400 million mistake.
Just because he took his kids to school that day.
And the soccer moms were out.
Was that Larry's first question?
No.
That's an edited
He just
version.
went right into it.
That would not be a good way to...
That was like 4 minutes into a 7.5-minute interview. So, no, it was not his first
The
question.
Hulkster granted him 7.5. That's beautiful.
It is TMA 101 ESPN, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of the program here. And you are welcome to participate in a myriad of ways by calling in, texting in, emailing in, or participating in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. We do have the password for the TMASTL YouTube channel, and that is a real nice win for us here on the program. With the Cardinals winning last night and the Padres winning, for those of you monitoring the wild card standings, the Cardinals are still 3.5 back, but they are 9 back of the Brewers in the National League Central. And then that gets us into the trade deadline conversation and how the Cardinals will handle the upcoming trade deadline. The Athletic with this story on the trade deadline and talking about the variety of different possibilities of players going out the door and the teams that will be super aggressive. Doug, it is the urgency index.
Okay.
What team needs a bat the most?
Needs a bat the most?
The top 5 teams needing bats the most.
Oh, how about the Yankees?
No.
Didn't they just lose Judge for a while?
So what?
Okay, I'm so sorry. Can I have initials, please?
SDP.
STP. SDP.
I have never heard of your team.
Jackson's having a world-class 9 o'clock.
I used that on TV last night because I was not aware of that. I used that. It's unbelievable.
Well, we just talked about how the San Diego Padres have a pretty good lineup. They think they need a hitter?
Per the Athletic, the Padres are number 1 needing a bat.
Okay, yeah, I see they've only scored 433 runs this year. That's way below most of the contenders.
The Astros are second, and then the Tigers, the Mets, and the Dodgers. How about that? Starting pitchers, the Cubs ranked number 1, Mets 2, Blue Jays 3, Red Sox 4, Padres 5. Again, this is from the teams that are expected to be active at the trade deadline, because I'm sure people are going, I think the Cardinals could use some of that, all of that stuff, not necessarily expected to be buyers at the trade deadline.
What if the Redbirds just stand pat? Say, no, we like what we got.
Oh, I would be...
That would be horrific.
Banty, little Riz. You agree with me?
Oh, it'd be horrific. And if they added on, it would probably be equally horrific, but at least you'd say, all right, what the hell? Go for it. But if you do nothing at all, which they've done at times, despite all the buyers and sellers, buyers, all that talk, they have years where they, and I think Mo came out and said, well, we tried, but nothing happened. They'll be selling some parts, whether it's significant or not. Okay, percentage Mayton gets traded. Is it 100 for everybody?
100.
Helsley, what's your percentage?
98.
I'll go a little lower.
Wow.
I go 90. Yeah,
I don't think I'd go 100 on anybody.
Yeah, I agree. As I was saying 100, I'm like, you can't go 100.
Tried to trap you.
Yeah, it was a bad play on my part. I still like the play, but it's a bad play.
Matt's percentage.
I would say 98.
I think it depends on, can you get somebody to take the money that he makes
but so last year,
money.
But it's at the end of his deal, right? So
but is he worth anywhere close to what they're paying him?
Yeah, 2 months. Yeah. So Matt's, Mayton, Helsley.
Gone.
Pretty likely.
Gone. Where else are you going to go? You're going to pivot? Because if I set the over-under at 3.5 off the current Major League roster, not 40, man, the current Major League roster, are we all going over? Anybody going under on that?
3.5?
Yeah.
I'll go under on 3.
You're going to get plus odds by going to 3.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're saying it'll be 2 then?
No, I'm saying 3.
You're going under the 3.5.
Under 3.5.
You think it's going to be 3?
I think it's going to be 3. Yeah, Helsley, Maton, Metz.
I think 3 is probably the number.
I just don't see a position player who, if you're Lester trading Donovan.
And remember the talk about trading Newt because he's a StatCast star, but he's injured.
Yeah.
Well, he's on a rehab.
Which has been the complaint of him.
I guess the psychological outlier in the conversation is what and who is going to be making the final call on what they do, over the next 48, 72 hours. And is the mindset, we have got to turn the page. We have got to turn the page. And I don't know. If this were a solely John Mozeliak operation, I would be on that under as well. But I just am wondering if they're... I guess here's what I would tell you. I think the fact that they sat Arenado last night and Herrera is in left field, that I'm hopeful, but I also think it's indicative with some actual tangible evidence that they're going, okay, it's time. That's what I'm hoping, because that came out of nowhere, and it was beautiful to see, considering that, if anything, one of the great criticisms of the organization, it is stagnant, not creative, taking advantage of or just content with being number one in St. Louis. And I loved seeing that yesterday.
But I don't think Arenado's sitting is going to become a regular thing.
I don't think so either, but I love the Herrera in left field. We can focus
Herrera
on
left
that.
field with Sajaci, it did point to, hey, let's just try some different things. But Arenado's going to be out there most nights, but he has really been slowing down. I mean, he's sitting at 10 home runs.
Unless they're going, okay, we might be able to unload him. We don't want to risk injury. I mean, look what happened to Suarez last night.
Yeah.
So Suarez last night gets hit on the wrist. The x-rays came back negative, but the Diamondbacks have the number one player at the deadline, and all of a sudden, I'm sure they're going, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, now, if Arenado's not in the lineup tonight, you got something cooking for sure. But in July, he's hitting 163.
Yeah, his fall off has really been kind of dramatic.
And it might have been wear and tear at third, too.
Could be, or it could be hurt. He could be nursing a back injury or something where it just doesn't allow him to play like he once did.
How about this? Today, Piddles is a Porsche, and the rest of you are a Camry. Go Piddles. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Very kind. I think you guys are all luxury vehicles in your own right.
Really?
Yeah. Doug's like a Rolls Royce.
Oh,
I actually think that's right.
Regal, yet stunning.
I'm not sure I've seen a Rolls Royce in St. Louis in
I have.
10 years.
Oh, yeah, I've seen.
Well, you're from Ladue.
There you go.
Yeah, shouldn't have opened my big mouth.
Yep.
They occasionally go down Clayton Road, and you would always look and say, oh, is that Bradley Beal? Is that Jerry Clinton? You could always pick them out in our town.
Doesn't seem like a very practical vehicle. Seems like a car you'd be driven in, not necessarily drive yourself.
Why would you have it? Don't you want to drive
I'd
it?
love to
I would
drive.
think.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you want someone with a little bit more giddy up?
No.
What was that, a tiger?
That was
in
a
you?
tiger.
It was like tiger in you came up.
I'm sure a Rolls could go 80 miles an hour, too, if you wanted to.
Oh, for sure.
No problem.
I think the Bentley has supplanted the Rolls as far as the really
be.
wealthy folks who buy them.
sportier.
I don't know. Rolls Royce are like $500,000.
But I'm just saying, I think the wealthy will maybe defer to a Bentley. People that own Bentleys, call in there. Okay, we did it. Fine.
314-974-0101. So, Jackson, you're on the under.
Yeah, 3. I think 3 is the number. Do you think, here's my question. Do you think after the deadline, we, the public, will find out who was really running this trade deadline? Or do you think they'll just say it was a collaboration?
You think they'll tell us, is what you're asking?
Do you think they'll be like, this was Mozeliak's last one, or Chaim Bloom was much more in charge of this? Do you think we'll find that information out? I don't think so, personally.
No.
I'd be surprised. It's not the way that they do. It's not, in particular, it's not the way that John Mozeliak likes to do business, which, for the record, I really respect that.
Yeah, I don't think they owe it to anybody.
And either way, I don't think that they would say, well, I just was in there and it was their call. But maybe they would. I don't know. Papers, I'll bet you. I'll go over 3.5.
All right.
This is me betting with my heart. It's not the way I do business.
You're really hoping.
I'm using the Herrera in left field as a tell. That's all I got. But I have to acknowledge that this is a hope thing.
All right, I got a double sawbuck in my wallet, and it's yours if they go over 3.5.
If they think Herrera might really be an answer in left field, that means they're probably ready to move another outfielder, right?
Kind of where I am, Doug. It's kind of where I am.
Nootbaar, Burleson, Scott.
I hope I'm wrong.
Probably not
I
Walker.
don't think you want to trade Burleson yet.
So is this 20 we're betting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Double sawbuck, Tim.
I know. I hated to ask that because I knew plenty of people knew it and I didn't, but I want to make sure what I'm betting.
I wouldn't want him to trade Burleson either, but if you're going to get something in return, you're going to have to deal a player like that. You're not going to get quality players that are really going to help you in the future for, a one-inning bullpen guy.
But what if he is the player that can help them in the future,
That's what they have to decide.
Right.
And that's what you flip the coin on.
Sharon is the Toyota Prius of textures. That's from Carlos Spicer, and now we're vehicle shaming.
Nothing wrong with saving gas.
No.
Kidding me?
Here we go.
Kidding me?
There was a lot of praise in the first half of the 9 o'clock hour. Now I know what's coming.
Jackson,
Saving money now is like some sort of is it a bad thing?
No, you're
It's
cheap.
not going to be the theme.
That's fine. That's the angle I'm taking.
Jackson, are you taking questions?
Always. Perpetually.
In the dossier, I seem to notice daily some Charles Barkley cuts.
There are a lot of them.
Are they fresh?
They're fresh.
Okay.
I would say the stories he's telling aren't.
Well, that's okay. I just saw yesterday there was one about a bar of soap, and then today there's some golf talk, and then Dr. J. And all that. I didn't know if you have a bin of Barkley that you go to on a daily basis.
Like Francesa and the Superman thing.
Yeah, just throw in a little.
Just reduce the amount I have every day. No, this was from his interviews. Pardon my take. Yesterday.
Okay. Just checking.
Sure. Oh, I appreciate it.
All right, well, Martin, you're going to get a sampling from the bin of Barkley coming up here before you head to onboard. I don't know why, but the Missouri-South Carolina game is on in the
I'll turn
SEC
it off.
network, I guess.
I'll turn it off with a minute left to go.
Oh, boy.
We'll just pretend we won.
Yeah, right now, Mizzou's up 34-12.
No, that's the 2023 game they're showing. Carolina's up 7-3 here. We're midway through the first quarter as we head back.
Speedy Keys.
Columbia East. Speedy Keys. All right, it's TMA. The program is presented by Brian Cripple.
Together Credit Union has teamed up with the Little Bit Foundation to host a back-to-school donation drive. This is going on for the entire month of July, so a couple of days left if you can help out. They're collecting at all 14 branch locations in the greater St. Louis metropolitan area. Founded in 2001, the Little Bit Foundation breaks down barriers to learning for under-resourced students through partnerships and programs, serving the needs of those children that need access to essential services and educational experiences. The organization serves 17,000 students in 54 schools. This back-to-school donation drive right now benefiting Little Bit Foundation at all 14 branches here. The most requested items for the back-to-school donation drive include backpacks, colored pencils, markers, folders, binders, loose leaf paper, all of the above. You can visit togethercu.org for more information. Together Credit Union teaming up with the Little Bit Foundation for this great cause, the back-to-school donation drive. Find out more at togethercu.org.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Arizona Diamondbacks all-star third baseman Eugenio Suarez was struck by a 95-mile-per-hour sinker from Will Vest in the ninth inning last night, but he avoided major injury on his right index finger. The x-rays came back negative on that. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you think 95? I think 95, 30 years ago today, this was the number one song?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe November of 94, but I could be off.
July of 94. So, Doug, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Is All For One a boy band?
Great question. Tiny Boys, too.
Really?
Yeah. I was in the mix.
Feels
you got a shot?
Feels like
you auditioned?
A lot of these boy bands had like short shelf lives, you know? Like they would come and go pretty quick.
Well, you got to keep coming up with the hit songs. That's the hard part.
I mean, the original boy band, New Edition, Menudo, Jackson 5. I mean, staying power there.
Sure.
Who are you coming after?
Oh, I mean, like All For One, I think, is a prime example.
Tim, would you have preferred to be in a boy band or be a radio star?
There was somebody in All For One named Tim Delicious Kennedy.
That was my stage name. You know, I am part Kennedy. That's probably not a surprise, being old money from South St. Louis.
Sure.
It's my mother's maiden name. And yeah, my nickname was Delicious. It was given to me by that waiter at Pietro's.
Oh, yeah.
I was bussing tables.
He'd make you stand on the table and turn around.
That's when you call the authorities.
I read it wrong.
The older waiter starts calling you Delicious.
I think I read it wrong.
You did.
What's it? How is it pronounced?
Delio.
It's delicious without the C.
Yeah, there's no C in there.
Okay, well, it sure looks like I'm going to call him Tim Delicious.
I just misspelled it.
Yeah, that's just stylized like that. It's delicious.
Email in. What is delicious to you? The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, which comes your way here. Oh, I would say in about an hour. It is TMA, Mark Hanover Greenwell Strategies. Martin will be heading to onboarding. But, Martin, you wanted to hear from the bin of Barkley that Jackson has. Do you have any preferences?
I also wanted to clarify that it was fresh Barkley. Let's see. He's frustrated with golfers, and Dr. J taught him a lesson.
That's that's like these guys annoy me. They're like, you can treat the media how you want to when you win.
Yep.
But you got to understand, when you're losing, they're going to come for you.
Yep. Yeah.
That's like these golfers now. Well, I don't have to talk to the media. I'm like, well, you run to them when you do well.
Yeah.
When you got a product. See, that's the thing. You know, we're in a business relationship with the media. I tell these guys, yo, man, that's the reason we make all this money. The media pays it. But you have to understand something. When you want to sell a product, you go to the media.
Yeah.
When you play great, you run to the media. When you play like you can't avoid the media. That's why I'm starting to get pissed off with some of these golfers now.
Yeah.
Like when you got a new product come on, you go on TV and hype it and talk about it. But when you play bad, they're going to write bad things about you. That's the way this is a business relationship.
Did you understand that when you were playing?
I did.
Yeah.
Dr. J, who was great for me, Doc taught me how to deal with the media. He said the first question, like some guys in the media, they're just trying to get clicks. Well, I'm so old, they didn't call them clicks back then.
Yeah.
Just trying to get your attention.
Sell papers.
Yeah. But he says the first question you have to ask is the criticism fair? I said, what do you mean? He says, some criticisms are fair. Then you say, if it's unfair, you let it go. Because those are guys that are just trying to get attention and get clicks and things like that. But the first question you have to ask yourself, is the criticism fair? And that taught me how to deal with the media.
Swish. Okay.
That was nice, Pappas.
Thank you.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I enjoyed it as well.
Is the criticism fair?
Yeah,
I think
like
that's a
that.
good way to look at it.
I like that.
And he
Somebody's
tells-
taking a cheap shot. That's different.
And the other one is him. I really, it's a pretty good story. He's told it before, but it's a good story about Moses Malone. I think people will like.
Moses Malone's the most important person in my career because he made me lose 50 pounds. I didn't realize I was fat and lazy until he told me. And I said, because I wasn't getting to play early in my career. I said, Moses, why am I not getting to play? He says, well, Chuck, you're fat and you're lazy. I'm like, what do you mean? He says, which part did you not understand? He says, son, you really talented, but you weigh 300 pounds. You can get away with that in high school. You can get away with it in college. You can't get away with it in the NBA. And this guy worked with me before practice, after practice. He said, let's lose 10 pounds. I noticed the difference right away. He said, let's lose 20. And now I'm starting to get the start. He said, let's lose 30. Let's lose 40. And I get to 250, and that's what I played at my whole career. But if it wasn't for him constructively criticizing me, he wasn't doing it to be mean. He was constructively criticizing me. That's why I like a lot of these punks today. You know, constructive criticism is not trying to be critical. Sometimes you need it.
Swish again.
I almost thought he was hanging on the rim there.
Yeah, that's a dunk.
That's
That's
a
a
dunk.
dunk.
Okay,
That's a dunk.
I thought we had
That's a dunk.
maybe a little rim rattling there.
Yeah, it was. Moses Malone, one of the most underrated players in NBA history.
Yeah. And played here for the Spirits of
He
St.
did.
Louis.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't realize Barkley got up to 300 pounds.
that's what he says where he started at.
The round mound of rebounds.
Shaq tells a story that he was on Tom Brady's podcast saying that like in 02 or 03, like the third year of that dynasty in LA, he was up around 400 pounds. And I, as much as I love Shaq, I'm not buying that. 400 pounds?
But he's also 7 feet tall.
There's 7-footers now. Like the heaviest guy in the NBA now is like 280. You're telling me he's 120 pounds heavier? 290, 300 maybe? Like that's crazy. 400 pounds to move like he did? He was nimble.
How much do you think
then.
Jokic weighs?
290?
Probably.
Yeah.
And Shaq.
Shaq outweighed him by 100 pounds.
But he was bigger.
He's about the same
Certainly bigger.
height. About the same height. I don't know.
What about Luka? Leaning out.
Yeah.
Also, near the Barkley bin is a little Luka.
Yeah. Good on him.
Lost a bunch of weight.
They have Jokic listed at 284. They have Doncic listed at 230. He was standing next to Aaron Judge for a picture. They're about an inch in height difference. They have Aaron Judge listed at 282 pounds.
He can't weigh that much. He cannot weigh that much.
I mean, it's probably all muscle. My God.
But do you think Luka is getting in shape to sort of stick it to the man?
Absolutely. And to prolong his career. I mean,
But
anyone who watched his game.
I think motivated largely too, like after the trade, like I'm going to show them.
That, and if you're going to win a championship, you got to play some defense. If you're going to play some defense, you're going to probably have to shed some pounds. It's kind of always been the video on the tape on him. It's like not great at defense.
But there's no way Aaron Judge weighs 280.
Yeah, I think they're probably both closer to 250. I had to guess. Both
Papers was their Luka Doncic sound.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's great.
Oh. Well, I saw it in the dossier. Tim, I don't know why I was confused.
I put it in the dossier
because it's
Steve
sitting right
to you.
Yeah, Steve will die, and it's. I wouldn't say
never
it's
mind.
It's a little long too.
Okay. Well then,
I went for volume of audio today, and some of the quality probably is lacking.
did you put it in there just so it looked like a full dossier, Stiefel?
I thought
and
for a
then
second.
hope nobody would call for it.
Well, I had plans to cut it when I saw it last night, and as I came in here this morning, I was like, probably not great.
Never mind.
But I appreciate it.
Well, sometimes you'll do your tax returns and you look at it and say, well, it's not great. And so you won't even turn them in. And the IRS says, wait a minute.
You do them, but then you don't turn them in?
You don't like the looks of it. So he said, I'm not going to file them because I'm ashamed.
And you're saying that's a good idea?
Or I don't want to have to pay. It's a bad idea.
There we go.
Because a godforsaken tax man will sniff you out. And that's when you need Mark Milton on your side.
And that's a good idea.
Yes. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, all nasty stuff. You could even be facing an IRS criminal investigation if it gets bad enough, but that's where Mark Milton steps in. You should contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark works right here in St. Louis, helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So if you have any kind of IRS problems, there is no better place to go than Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today. You'll be saying, oh, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
It is 10:04 in St. Louis. Martin has to head to onboarding. We're heading into our 10 o'clock hour, which you can participate in by competing for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Keep an eye on Buck Swope. He got a win yesterday, and he's just 2 back of Paul Harvey. Milk Mustache as we head down the stretch in the month of July. You can be the July TMA Listener of the Month by going to TMASTL.com and signing up, and you get to continue to be anonymous, which is something that Doug is passionate about. He loves that the listeners get to be.
No, I like these government names, please.
TMASTL.com Listener of the Month. Martin, we will see you tomorrow, and the Cardinals will have made a trade when we see you at 7 o'clock.
Yvonne Herrera left tonight. What's your gut on that? I would say do it again, right?
I'm going to say I'm at 80% that he's back.
Because I think he only got one fly ball last night. Let's roll him back out.
It makes sense just do it one time.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, I'm hopefully, and Arenado, I'm guessing, back in the lineup.
I would agree with that.
If not, that would add a little, what would Strauss say? Hashtag intrigue.
Yeah, hashtag developing. All right, Martin is heading out. Chairman Kurt sliding into the day as the program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. And Michael has been operating this business for more than 3 decades. That's right, 3 decades in the St. Louis area. Synonymous with customer service and making sure the customers feel appreciated by the business. Takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. And that then translates to the customers who do business with Michael's Flooring. Online at igotfloored.com. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and you're going to get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. It's Michael's Flooring. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. And then this rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Okay, this is cheerleader Doug. 2010?
I'll say 2011.
Papers?
2015.
Oh,
Jeez.
gosh, I won that one easy.
We all lost. We overbid. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, ranked number 1. Have been for a while. Thank you. Thank you, St. Louis, for making me the best. I couldn't have done it without you. Truth is, I'd be the best wherever I am.
True.
Mm-hmm. I think
First one's got
I don't know if
nothing.
this is going to last. Chairman Kurt's saying it needs to go.
It's got no
There's a
pop.
budget gong.
A budget gong.
I think so.
That's Doug Vaughn with his budget gong. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos coming off of a star-studded 9 o'clock hour with a drop for the ages. Charlie Marlowe, AI. What was that one?
Doug, in the meantime, why don't you say something?
There it is.
Well, often I've sat through a few WWE recaps in my day, and Doug, this gentleman he is, engages with Larry during a segment where.
So you were ready.
I was
knew.
sniffing around. I said, I have a feeling I know how this goes. It's gone about this way for 10, 15 years now.
Doug, would you like a Sophie Cunningham Arby's story that was in the, I don't know if you call it the links that Jackson
Sure.
sends over?
Sure, I like Sophie Cunningham.
And in van, 2, 1. Sophie Cunningham did not need a buzzer beater to make noise this weekend. She let her shirt do the talking. According to Athlon Sports, the Indiana Fever guard showed up to Sunday's game against the Chicago Sky in a red and white T-shirt that read, "Hot girls eat Arby's." No fancy fit, no team-issued warm-up, just that. And people noticed. Camera crews caught her walking into the arena, and it blew up online almost instantly.
On the instant, I see the picture now. Yeah.
I like that they had to attribute it to Athlon Sports, even though in the very same paragraph they mentioned that camera crews have the picture.
It's become a big thing now to shoot people coming into the stadium. And I guess the WNBA girls are really milking it for all it's worth and getting paid now, obviously, with commercial
So that was a live read for Arby's.
I'm sure it was, yeah.
I might shoot you guys coming down the hallway tomorrow with your pre-show fits and.
Oh, okay. Can I get a
better be here at 4 in the morning to catch me?
Line up a commercial
Pre-show
sponsor
meeting.
first?
That's it.
Yeah, the NBA's been doing it for a very, probably
and the NFL does it.
10 years, yeah.
They're off the bus now. And
Cute
I kind of
boys
like
eat
it.
White Castle. That's what my shirt's going to say.
Yeah, that's a good one. And you have to be like eating some crinkle cuts or have a slider hanging out of your mouth.
At 4 in the morning.
Boy, you want to talk about revving up your engine.
Doug, you want to talk about revving up your engine?
Okay, we can talk about that, I guess.
White Castle at 4 in the morning?
Oh, man, I haven't
After
done that
waking
in
up,
40
not staying
years.
awake. Because they very likely could be staying awake till 4 in the morning. But if you're just waking up and the first thing you put in your body.
Remember when the Plowhawk swore he could eat a crave case?
I think he ate
during the show.
6. I think he ate 6.
Yeah, and then he barely
and the
tapped out.
studio smelled for a month.
The bread got him.
But does anything taste better than a White Castle burger at about 2 in the morning or so?
Oh, so wonderful. So glorious.
Yep.
My wife hates White Castles, and me and my boys love White Castles.
Mm-hmm.
So she's heading out of town for a wedding at the end of the month, and it's just going to be White Castles nonstop at the house.
Oh, every meal?
Yep. Yeah.
Wire to wire White Castle.
You go to San Diego for a few days with the girls. We eat White Castle in St. Louis with the boys.
Take that.
That's the way. That's my counteroffensive.
You're getting the better end of that deal.
Thank you. Thank you. Who wants to go to San Diego when you can be eating White
Not
Castle
me.
in St. Louis?
I don't usually eat pickles, but if it's on a White Castle burger, I'll eat the
Is
pickle.
that right?
There.
You don't eat pickles?
It feels like I'm having a little vegetable.
Yeah. Why don't you? What's your beef with pickles?
I don't care for them.
Fair enough.
Unless it's on a White Castle burger. But I'm so happy with the White Castle burger that I'll go ahead and eat the pickle.
It's fair. I love pickles.
I don't care for them.
For pickles?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But White Castle burger, yes. I once ordered on the way to Channel 4 8 cheese castles and fries.
You go the one by the ballpark?
Yes.
So you ate that in about
Ate all of them.
6 city blocks?
Yes. And I was sicker than a dog afterwards.
You doing a live read?
Did you have a sports cast that night?
Oh, yeah. 8 I had.
Reporting live from the restroom.
Oh,
how bad your car smell?
Oh, hideous.
Yeah.
That's why I had to eat them quickly to get the smell out.
That's right. You almost had to eat them with your head out the window.
8 cheese castles, too, not just regular.
Of course.
Tim, did your wife not get a +1 to that wedding? That's from Sweet Sweet Kai. It is one of her near and dear friends, and all of her close girlfriends are going out there for it. And Doug, I'll stay here and watch the Central Arkansas game with my sons and eat White Castle. And I got to tell you, I'll be a happy little camper.
How many White Castles will you eat?
Yeah, how many can you take down? Normal.
It's a great question. I usually go double cheeseburgers for the record.
Oh.
So I don't know if that changes anything. If I'm really wanting to ratchet up my game and send a message, I think I can go 4.
4 doubles sounds about right. Yeah.
What's your over-under on calories in 4 doubles? I got it pulled up.
I mean, I enter it into my Fitness Pal, which is always a really wonderful moment that is quite a paradox as I enter in my Fitness Pal how many White Castles I ate. What are the numbers, Chairman Kurt?
Double cheeseburger sliders clocking in at 300 calories.
I'm surprised.
I would have thought a little higher
Yeah.
as well. Regular cheese slider is only $1.70, so you're looking at 1,200 if you put down those 4.
It's a healthy and probably a great source of protein.
Yeah. So when that day I had 8 cheese castles, how many calories I taken in?
Oh, 1,360.
Okay, and the fries probably another 300.
You get yourself some crinkle cuts?
Yeah, yeah.
The Impossible slider is 210 calories.
What's on that?
I think
meatless.
that's the meat
Possible
alternative.
meat.
Back in the day, I could knock down 20 White Castles. That's from Doug's prison wallet. Doug,
Oh, my
thoughts?
God.
20 of them.
That's an aphrodisiac, right?
You'd have to bury me where I ate them. That'd be the last thing I'd do. 20? Oh, Lord.
Is that the worst possible thing you could eat before an intimate moment?
314-399-9646.
It'd be up there. It would be right up to. I think the meat they use is actually kind of healthy.
Actually, somebody texted that in.
Compared to some of the other fast food hamburgers that you eat. White Castle's is near the top of.
How about this? The Prince of Glendale says, I'm telling you, they have the best beef in the industry. There you go.
I've heard
That-
that
someone
before.
to know.
Fun fact, if you're a prince in Glendale, you better believe
You'd
you
have to
know.
think.
You can also text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at about 10:45. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, do you say Jim Bowden and Terry Bowden and Bobby Bowden? Is that the way we handle this?
We can if you'd like.
Here's Jim Bowden saying there's going to be a bunch of relievers, but they're not going to be moving until Thursday, the day of the deadline.
Okay.
Why are we waiting till the last minute? Let's get this going, people.
No, I'd like it to. No, but I talked to several GMs yesterday, and they said it's going to be Thursday, and it's going to be a flurry, and everyone's going to pivot once the first guy goes. You know, what the contending GMs and presidents do right now is we have lined up our priority list of who we want, right? So if we had Clase 1, Duran 2, Bednar 3, Helsley 4, for example, I now have to take Clase off the board, right? So now before I make my legitimate final offer for Bednar and Helsley, I need to make sure that Derek Falvey and the Twins tells me I can't get Duran. And I'm going to tell Ben Sherrington, who's got Bednar, and Dramos, who's got Helsley, I want your guys. They're second and third on my list. I've got to see if I can get Duran first. So now the Minnesota Twins hold it up. If they want to wait to Thursday to get their best offer, which, you know, with Clase off the board, price just went up, right? If you're selling. So, you know, you're probably going to have to wait for Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon. And when the first guy goes and I didn't get him, I'm going to go to my second guy and try to close that. And then if that doesn't work, I'll go to my third guy and then the fourth guy and the fifth guy. There's not enough to go around. So that's why it gets delayed. I think we'll have a trickle of trades, today and tomorrow. I think we'll see some action Wednesday. But I think Thursday for the reliever market is when you're going to get the blizzard, the tornado, and the hurricane all in one.
Oh, you got all that one. I would think with 30 GMs all calling each other frantically before the deadline, it'd be hard just to get a hold of somebody. Like the phone would always ring busy.
It's my favorite scene in Moneyball. It's when they make the trade for Rendon at the deadline, and he's calling like 8 different GMs all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Great 6-minute watch on YouTube. Now's the time. I'll tweet it out.
Is this coming from the Movie Boy Twitter account?
This is from my Percy.
Doug, my Percy? Do you have a problem with that as opposed to
I
say
didn't
my
care
personal?
for it. But wouldn't you get frustrated if you saw the deadline was about to expire and you keep calling people and you constantly get the message machine instead of the guy because he's on the phone calling people too? I wonder if they have another way around that. If they're texting or...
I think they have like a fan page.
That's probably how they do it. You're
trying
right.
to move Helsley, and like a guy, like a GM comments like, "Okay, here's my offer."
Could be. Because we like logistics here, so we want to know how that kind of thing works.
Doug, Cardinal news. This has just been texted to us, but I'm looking to confirm it before saying it. Are you guys seeing this? I will handle the... so Troy Johnston is headed to St. Louis to join the club. No word on if the contract will be selected. So this Troy Johnston is going to be part of the Marlins. He's a Marlin. Am I correct on this?
Yes.
Okay. So this is not a trade. I saw it, and I'm like, oh, it is trending, but it's a bunch of Marlins reporters. He's a member of the Marlins. It is not a trade. I'm like, oh, this guy's coming from the Marlins to St. Louis. That's great. They're in town. That'll be easy
Coming
for him.
to play tonight.
Yeah. But he is coming up from the minors to join the Marlins in St. Louis. It is not a trade to the Cardinals.
Right.
So point of clarification there. Mark Feinstein just tweeting 4 minutes ago, Ryan Helsley is one of the most popular trade targets with no less than a half dozen teams interested to varying degrees. Among the suitors, per sources, Yankees, Mets, Dodgers, Phillies, Rangers, and Blue Jays. That is Mark Feinstein 4 minutes ago regarding Helsley and the market for Ryan Helsley. We will continue to monitor this as it is heading down the stretch, 48 plus hours away. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
You've heard the name Stiefel, and it is Stiefel. It's not Stiffle. They sponsor everything, including this award-winning broadcast dossier. But did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis has seen since that parade down Market Street in 2019? It's the Stiefel Charity Classic. New title, new energy. It's all going down September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club, where golf legends from the PGA Tour champions show off their beautiful golf swings, and St. Louis shows up to support well-deserved charities. Did we mention there's a concert? OAR is performing live at the Friday night community concerts presented by CarShield. That's right, Of a Revolution, bringing the good vibes, the sing-alongs, and probably a few thousand people who still know every word to Shattered. Friday tickets cost $50, golf and OAR included. These bad boys are selling faster than a Friday foursome at the Dotem. Any kids 16 and under, active military, veterans, and first responders, you are in free because you are awesome. So grab your sunscreen and a lawn chair and get on down there. That's Stiefel again, StiefelCharityClassic.com. We will see you there.
I didn't really like this song, but of course, this was 1991.
Yep, nailed it. You know what movie this was prominently featured in?
Yeah, Robin Hood.
Yeah.
But, was that Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, Doug?
That's right.
I don't know which prince he was.
Good on you, Doug. Or Tim.
Bill.
Whoever.
Bill. It's TMA 101 ESPN. I don't know what it says, but the Missouri-South Carolina game really has my attention, even though I know it ends in heartbreaking fashion.
Good football game.
It really was. Hell of an atmosphere.
I love college football.
Lousy Mizzou uniforms.
Doug's furious about the Missouri uniforms, and this ties into some audio that Jackson actually has, and this was not staged.
Wearing yellow helmets with Missouri script written on the side.
This is Doug talking it over with Frank Cusumano on KSTK Sports Plus. Is that what this was? All right, here we go.
You're a proud Mizzou alum, and I know you're a big fan of the fact that Mizzou changes uniforms every week.
I don't like it. Football team, I don't like it. No. It's like they're wearing costumes out there. What's with the white helmets with the feather coming out of the side? I don't like it at all. Mizzou should have a black helmet, a black or white jersey, and the old gold pants. Not the yellow pants that they wear now, the gold pants. Look like Mizzou.
What about the way I thought that you always had kind of a short memory and you didn't let things bother you?
Like, I've had head injuries. That was the big thing.
I lose sleep to this day if I have bad sportscasts. But did you kind of just turn the page the next day or the next hour?
Yeah, before I got off the set. I always realized nobody really cared but me. If it was really horrible, I felt bad, for a minute, thought we could have done better. But never would have let it bother me, really.
What would you want somebody to say about Doug Vaughn's television and radio career?
We're certainly glad he's done. That's what they're likely to say. That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
And then you sent it back to Steve Safar just out of habit.
Right.
Couldn't help
Old
yourself.
habits die hard. Yeah, it's muscle memory. That's how I ended every report. Deadpan. That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
Frank was like a late night talk show host. He knew he was setting you up to play the hits.
I guess.
It's like we got Carlin on. Let's talk about the difference between football and baseball.
And he teased it by saying Doug Vaughn was on his game, as though there are times when the dementia is set in and they won't let me out of my room. But today, I guess he's kind of on his game.
He's still firing.
Doug has that 5 on your side, blood running through his veins. Now, you turncoat!
Oh.
That's some big talk, who I guess is a passionate KMOV or KTVI guy. Maybe a big KDNL guy. I don't know. KPLR, nurse?
I haven't been to Channel 4 in almost 4 years now. Almost 4 years.
You still have a key fob?
I don't. They're not even in the same building.
Yeah, they moved them.
I wouldn't even know where to park.
That's right. I don't even know where they are now.
They're out there by Westport.
Oh, is that right?
Right on 270. You see it right on
Dorset.
270.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Between Page and Dorset.
This texter sent in a link to John Morosi tweeting out the following here in the 10 o'clock hour. Nolan Arenado's name has come up in trade talks between the Astros and Cardinals, but there is no momentum toward a deal as of this morning. Now, I have to tell you, my read on that is Arenado has told them that he would be willing to go to Houston. That's my read on that. You agree with me? Because they wouldn't be having a conversation. They're not going to go down that road again unless it's like you are 100% willing to go to Houston. And so tying that into last night, and Arenado was out of the lineup before Suarez got hit. I just think you're going to see, I think there was another player who's in the trade. Keller got yanked early by the Pirates last night. He didn't have a good start, but he still only threw like 60 pitches, and he was off, and they just pulled him after 2 innings, and he's going to be gone. He won't be pitching for them by Friday. I think it's smart baseball. If you've got an asset that you're going to, like, why mess around with it? Why take the risk?
Right.
And that's not because I saw Suarez get hit. I feel like we've seen this in other sports as well.
Sure.
So you know somebody's going to go, then don't mess with it.
Like, imagine if Suarez did get hurt. Now you had the A-plus blue chip stock in the trade deadline, and you got nothing.
Imagine what that could cost you over the years.
Right.
Yes.
You don't get
The
some
domino
player that
effect.
turns into a star.
Oh my God! Yeah. Why? If you know where you are, like we've talked about, you don't know exactly where you're going to be because of the wild card and this, that, or the other. But at this point, with a couple of days before, you know exactly where you're going to be.
And if you're Arenado, why wouldn't you say, yes, send me almost anywhere, almost any contender?
It's a case-by-case thing. I think Sonny Gray's situation is a little different. But my sense on Arenado, and I could be wrong, I really don't know the guy. I guess we've interviewed him a couple times, but I certainly don't know him. You got maybe a couple more seasons. And if it's not going to be complete for you, even if you do go into Cooperstown without the World Series, the Houston Astros, I'm telling you, that's a little bit of a value play. I realize they're in a skid right now. I don't know how healthy they will be able to get. So many people hurt on that team. The fact that they're in the position that they've been in the American League West is a miracle. You got a shot there. And one of the things, I really do believe this, and I could be off, if I ever get a chance to sit down with him and BS, I'm telling you, the look on his face and the frustration when he hit that ball against the Phillies in Game 1 of the wild card series, and he shipped it, and it was an out at the warning track. I feel like that has stuck with him. And he brought it up last year in an interview about the dimensions of the ballpark, just kind of out of nowhere. If you want the exact opposite of what you may feel being a bad ballpark for hitters, hang out there and hit some balls into the Crawford boxes. You can challenge Cal Raleigh by the end of September.
It's crazy.
It's so ridiculous. And especially for the way he hits the ball, it's a good fit. It's a win for him. It's a win for the Cardinals, especially considering Paradis getting hurt last week. I'd love to see it. So when I see that, because of the response to Morosi, I read the comments. I have no idea. I don't know why I did that to myself, because immediately they're negative. But some people were like, why are you even reporting this? And that was kind of my initial reaction as well, which is, okay, the Cardinals and Astros have had talks about Nolan Arenado, but there's no momentum toward a deal. If you want to extrapolate from it, if the Cardinals and Astros are actually having talks, what that means is Arenado is willing to go to Houston, because there's no way the Cardinals are doing this again with Houston if he's not willing to go.
Right.
And it would make sense. I think we said this last week, not that this was like some wizard-like read, but when Paradis got hurt, it's going, well, could this be the play now?
Wouldn't you think he'd go there and get a little shot of adrenaline being on a first-place team? Here's my chance now to actually do it.
And he's kind of got to be necessary there with the injury situation, both at third, but also throughout that roster. And that's a roster that is expected to get some of the pitching back. They're going to bring Yordan Alvarez back. Whether or not he's going to be effective is another issue. You've got Pena. I mean, there's so many guys. You look at that. I think they've had 16 guys on the IL. It's insane. I think that would be a real shot. They also, are kind of in that Detroit Tigers setup where they're going to get in. As crazy as it is, considering where the Yankees were, and I know the Yankees aren't going to be, well, I don't want to say I know, but it's unlikely after they acquired Ryan McMahon. The Yankees are now the ones trailing the team with the second best record in baseball, the Toronto Blue Jays, by, 5.5 games. The Astros are in a pretty good spot at 60-47 and leading their division by 3. So whether it be by the AL West or by the wild card, Houston's most likely going to be getting in. And if that is the case, then Nolan Arenado will have his shot. He'll have his shot in a controlled environment in October, and it would make sense.
Well, if you're one of those teams, if you're Houston or Detroit or the Yankees looking for a third baseman and you're thinking about Arenado, you're thinking, how much of this money do we really want to take on? And does this guy have much left in the tank? And if you come to the conclusion that, he is a guy, we'll pay him and we think he's going to get better, but how much are we going to give up to take on that risk? Which is probably not much. And that's probably what they're arguing about now, or talking, negotiating about. now is with the money and his diminished value, is it really worth giving up very much to get him?
Yeah, I think the Cardinals would just be happy at this point to unload a large portion of what is approximately, I think, $42 million that he is owed with a buyout at the end of that deal after 27. 100 West Dental, longtime TMA sponsor here on 101 ESPN. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, who wants you to know that if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. He's online at 100westdental.com or by calling 636-585-0100. And they have a promotion going that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. Plenty of people do not look forward to going to the dentist. There is nothing rare about that. Dr. Pryor knows that. But here is the key thing that he wants you to know and emphasize. Poor dental health can impact the rest of your physical health. So don't let that happen to you. Just get your teeth checked up by going to 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in the next segment, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can send yours in to compete. The program's called TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals a win last night over the Miami Marlins. They're back in action tonight, taking on the Marlins again at 6:45 p.m. First pitch, Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. There's another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Well, the Cardinals really let this one slip away.
Is this a new one?
Yeah. Rogers and Hammer
now
just
they're
sent this in
selling pontoons by the bay. Nothing to play for except their pride.
Doug, it's a new song.
And now that's even starting to slide. Attendance is low and more, all is to trade deadlines looming. What will they do?
Doug, the chairman of the board, thinking about the trade.
Very nice. The start of the year. Hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry. Well, boys, you gave it a hell of a try. The well was full, but now it's dry.
You play that at the stadium tonight?
Might as well call it one and have you a beer. Look out, MLB. We'll get you next year. Yeah, we'll get your asses next year. What's that you say? I said we'll get your asses next year.
Rogers and Hamilton.
Wow, Doug, is that a Grammy now, you think?
Nice vocal performance. The guy really belted it out.
You said yesterday.
That's an AI-generated voice?
What?
Yeah.
That wasn't recorded?
Yeah, that wasn't old Blue Eyes. Doug said yesterday that their Youngry song needs an updated lyrics. Rogers and Hammertoe heard that, updated the lyrics, and sent it right to me.
Rogers
Very nice.
and Hammertoe.
Good on him.
And it just cranks it out. It cranks out the song. Just like
I think he writes the lyrics.
And the chairman of the board comes into the studio.
Right. Yeah, Frank Sinatra comes in the studio.
Well, you can see why the entertainment industry is worried about AI.
Yeah, for sure.
When they can crank it out that quickly, and it sounds just like what you would have heard, in the record album a few years ago.
Yeah. Now you get it. You get it for sure.
We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here momentarily. Keep in mind, Paul Harvey Milk Mustache has a 2-goal lead heading into July 29th email today. So we have one for tomorrow and one for Thursday. And then an email of the day winner for the month will be crowned, plus the TMA listener of the month at TMASTL.com. That is where you can sign up to be the TMA listener of the month, and you can maintain your anonymity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Okay. Oh, I'm ready.
Nurse?
I'm ready.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I didn't get to hear the show today, but I agree with all the points made by Tim. What I learned yesterday was that nothing strikes at the heart of a man like someone yelling, Busch League! It can take down the most noble and ruthless warrior, beyond Jackson putting the Padres in their place. Historians suggest that the War of 1812 could have gone very differently if King Edward had screamed it at William Wallace from across the field battle, now known as Brentwood Park Pool. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of 7-month-long corporate retreats.
That's right.
Shooter McGavin.
Oh, my God.
What is it?
So long.
Long.
Oh, if it's too long, blocking. Or just read the first paragraph and cut it off there.
I'll pivot. Hey, guys, I thought hard about calling in today for some deadline talk, but Barge Guy got in first. Sadly, there was no way to top the hot takes fueled by the 7:30 a.m. guzzling of American honey spiked with coffee for breakfast, so I had to pass for now. Jackson with several lethal drops today, notably catching Doug with his jaw down in silent confusion during Larry talk, earning him an all-grown-up swingers reference from Tim. Lastly, I loved half a segment on White Castle consumption, including talk of foul offices, smelly cars, extra trips to the restroom, and intimacy wreckage. Clicking on all cylinders to start 10-2. Give me the under on 3.5 players traded. Thanks. That's from Jake and St. Jen. It's Stiefel. Don't call me Stiffle.
Jake in St. Jen. That's St. Jen, S-T-E.
Yeah, that's correct. Mm-hmm. Doug is the current sports director at Channel 4, so why is he on Channel 5? I haven't felt that betrayed since I saw Brett Hull in a Red Wings jersey. How could he double-cross Julius Hunter like that? Now, I didn't watch because I have better things to do at 11 p.m. on a Sunday night, but I am still outraged. For starters, I've been told that Doug's interview was the final segment of the program, appearing after a piece on the Blind Baseball League and a rerun of a sit-down with Jackie Joyner-Kersee. More importantly, why didn't Doug do the 5-1 thing with his hand? As a young boy, I used to watch Kay Quinn sign off every night, seething with jealousy as classrooms of happy children got to flash 5 fingers and then 1 finger as the picture faded into Wheel of Fortune. I desperately longed to be one of those kids who got to smile and let the world know that Channel 5 is number 1. Fast forward to July 2025, when he should be celebrating the 21st anniversary of TMA. Here's the ungrateful Doug Vaughn finally appearing on KSTK. But he missed his opportunity to flash that beloved hand signal, perhaps out of jealousy that KSTK still dominates the irrelevant long-form late-night sports programming in the nation's 24th market. Doug, that's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
That was the best when you got a chance to do that as a kid.
Did you get a chance to do it?
Class in my school did, and I wasn't in the class.
Oh, and you were mad as a hornet.
Those kids were the most popular kids in school.
Because they got to be on Channel 5?
Because everyone got to see them the night before doing the 5-1.
It was a great gimmick there.
Yeah.
They had going.
Guys, I put in a work order to change a light bulb in my apartment, and Gersh came up to my apartment to change it, but he didn't know anything about the trade deadline, so I guess Arenado's staying with the team. Thanks. That's Steve, one Cardinal way, Doug, and he is reporting for us.
Steve in one Cardinal way.
So Michael Gersh is repairing
the special project.
I don't think he is.
Good evening, St. Louis. I'm Baxton Jerkat, and you're listening to Wrestle Boy, a podcast that breaks down Monday Night Raw since Larry Nickel has basically been banished to TMA's island of misfit toys with Mike Lee, Biff, and the guy who posts nude pictures of himself running on a treadmill on Facebook.
Who's that?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. The show opened with a 10-bell salute to Hulk Hogan. And like Larry said, I think it's important to point out that Hulk's son was there. Okay, moving on. Jey Uso shows up to be Mike Cuck by Paul Heyman, who compared him to Santa Claus. We all know if there's one thing you don't do to a Samoan is compare them to jolly old St. Nick. Are you entertained yet, Doug? Next, tag titles were on the line. Judgment Day retained over LWO after not uno but dos El Grande Americanos showed up. Because apparently Detroit cannot handle just one mystery luchador. Think Parrot Trap, but with fewer plot twists and more grunting. Meanwhile, Sheamus, parentheses Ireland, beat Grayson Waller, parentheses Australia with a brogue kick, only to get Rusev, Bulgaria, in the spine with a shillelagh post-match. Yes, that is a real sentence that is really real. CM Punk told Gunter, Germany, I breathe belt air, whatever that means, and essentially locked up the Nobel Peace Prize for international conflict mediation. The closing segment, Jey Uso versus Bronson Reed, got tossed out via DQ when Braun Breaker jumped in, and then both Reed and Breaker beat down Uso and Roman Reigns, stole Reigns' shoes, claimed they are WWE now. They own WWE now. So there you have it. Family drama, stolen shoes, mystery luchadors, and medieval weapons. All part of the go-home show for SummerSlam. And somehow, there was about 2 times as many people in the arena than there were in the house that bobbleheads and Flo Rida built last night. And now you have the rest of the story, Doug. That's Paul Harvey, milk mustache, and that's what we have.
Paul
for the Design
Harvey.
Air heating and cooling.
Okay. There wasn't one that just jumped out and said, this is who you got to vote for. I'm going to say Jake in St. John, but just because I like that E in St. John.
I'm going JV golf coach with the 5-1 reference.
I'm also going JV golf coach.
I'm going JV golf coach too. JV golf coach has won the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Nice win for the JV golf coach. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.